Sega.
I give my body, heart, and soul to the lady whom I seek. No plea for help shall find me wanting. No obstacle will stand before me. No evil will taint the lands bequeathed unto me. When the clarion call is sounded, I will ride out and fight in the name of liege and lady. That which is sacrament, I shall preserve. That which is sublime, I will protect. That which threatens, I will destroy. For my holy wrath will know no bounds. Honor is all. Chivalry is all. Rejoice, for we, the Knights of Bretonnia, will be your shield.
Hello, everybody. How are we all today? Whew. Goodness. I love that trailer. I wanted to start with that trailer because I just absolutely love it. I think it's just one of the as much as I love Game 2, and Game 2 is obviously vastly superior to Game 1, the Game 1 trailers were way better than the Game 2 trailers, in my opinion. Well, okay, Vampire Coast and Tomb Kings were pretty good, but like Lizardmen, Dark Elves, all those guys, were not nearly as good. All right, so today we're doing some sweet Repanse option, and it's just me today. I've been doing so many I've been doing a lot of co-op streams lately, which is fine. It's great and all, but I missed being able to just chat with you guys. So, Winston Dudzik, I love that you came all the way to a stream and just waited to, like, hang out to just say that. That's so silly, dude. Okay, bye. could not give less shits, dude. Peace out, my dude. What a loser. Oh, my lord. That's just silly. Lord Inquisitor Ignis, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Happy 4th of July, you bloody traitor tea-waster. It is the 4th of July. It's true. It's true. So happy 4th of July to everybody. I hope you're all safe with it. Try not to do anything too stupid. Don't blow any limbs off. Or anything. I'm not going to do anything today. Well, Ethan Magor, welcome, my dude. They're just jokes, bro. They're just jokes. Oh, yeah, because I just love... Because, you know, clearly... You know, I'm not even going to get into it. I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to stop before I get... I'm going to stop before I derail myself. Okay, first thing first, let's go through hello cues. Say hi to everybody, and then we'll get started. So I'm going to start on Twitch for once. Normally I do YouTube first, but we're going to do Twitch first. So we've got John Locke Cole, Soru92, Odd One Out, Dom Undivided, Tyrant, Mailman70, Arcano EU, ETG View, Don McGlass. Hello, hello, hello. Good to see you all. And then over on YouTube, we've got Zerzernov, Jake Wu, Archmage Eldrin, Tommy Bravo, Kiro, Servant of the Great Horned Rat, Dom, hello. Servant of the Great Horned Rat, Jake Wu, Lord Inquisitor Ignis, Tide Pod Chef, that's probably not the best career, Brent Jaspers, Luke Moorish, Mamba King, CJ Ubusta, Ordex Dax, Jordan Rudderham, William King, Captain Whitebeard, Mr. Irongut, Wooden Bird. I guess we could skip Winston because he pieced out. Nick DeBoer, Brent Jaspers, Desolated Maggot, Harzulian's Boy, Eric Heath, Zombie Man 1999, Nathan Kent, Oliver Santamans, Dosick, good to see you. Hello, hello, hello to everyone. Nathan Crowell, John William, Schwazi, hello, hello.
I am Tyrion, heir of Anarion.
For Bretonia, I fight!
So I have legit never played through this campaign. Like, I think very hard's fine. That's a pretty fun difficulty set. Should go full Hellstorm rocket battery. I would if I was playing Empire. But I'm doing Bretonia today. How's Texas doing with the Neglish Rot? Not great, my dude. Not great. It's pretty bad, to be honest. It is pretty bad. There are a lot of Texans who care much more about their ability to do whatever they want and not care about other people than they are about not killing people. So, that's the thing. Why have I never played? She's the best ever. I don't know. I just never got around to it. So I wanted to play with you guys. What's more ravenous, an ogre or a gorgon? A gorgon. Gorgons, yeah, that's like, a gorgon has a stomach like vastly larger than an ogre. I would say, well, let me go ahead and read this. With the lady's divine message still clear in her mind, Repanse has arrived at the coast of the Araby wholeheartedly prepared for war. The provinces of evil are increasingly strong and numerous in the deserts, evils that cannot be allowed to endure unless they find their way back to the homeland, which would greatly offend her deity. The best form of defense is attack. At the helm of the valorous Chevaliers de Lyonesse, attack Repanse most certainly will. And Repanse is actually the perfect person to play right now, because Repanse is one of the greatest champions to ever stick it to Grandfather Nurgle. So, what a perfect person to play today.
In the lady's name, I have sailed across perilous seas to these distant lands, far from Bretonian soil. The danger here is imminent. Wretched armies of the undead shamble across nearby scorched sands, led by their twisted vampire overlords. They must be destroyed. Across the Great Desert is a most unholy landmark, a pyramid blacker than night, harboring an ancient, powerful evil. Fate may compel me to end its malevolent taint once and for all. We once had a shared purpose in these lands with the unchivalrous men of the Empire. Now they sit in one of the last imperial vestiges of the Knights of Old, with unclear intentions. The foul, dark Lord Arkan the Black terrorizes our nearby brethren. The Lich King is a dire threat to us all. Our help may be needed to vanquish him. The Lady wills that these lands be purified of the undead menace that blights it. Thus, we will litter the sands with the black, charred corpses of our defeated foes. Onwards for the Lady! The lady guides me far from Lyonnais. The Lyonnais!
Defender of the weak.
Shall we?
Oh, okay, sorry. That when I hit my muted button, sometimes it doesn't always work out. But it's okay. It's actually good it was muted, because that was a loud-ass sneeze.
Such oppression.
What about a standard Minotaur versus an Ogre? Standard Minotaur versus an Ogre, I would almost assuredly go... I think an Ogre could eat more than a Minotaur, but it would be pretty close. That would actually be very close. Let's change to Do Not Disturb on Steam, so you don't hear that. So somebody asked earlier what Repanse did to piss off Nurgle, or like when she fought Nurgle. Repanse's original story, like what she's actually from, her big showdown was with a champion of Nurgle named Karn the Blighted. Karn the Blighted invaded Bretonnia at the head of a plague fleet, which is a big ol' fleet of like nasty Nurgle ships and all this other stuff. And he almost successfully destroyed Bretonnia. He laid siege to Corone. He fought the king at the time, who I can't remember exactly which king it was. I want to say it was like Louis the Brave. Karn the Blighted killed him in a duel. And so Karn was basically well on his way to destroying Bretonnia. Or at least raising the capital. And Repanse showed up at the end of her big epic journey. And she dueled Karn the Blighted and killed him. And it was a glorious day for Bretonnia, but Grandfather Nurgle was pissed. It was basically his moment of being like, no, I need that guy. Oh, good. They have to come across a river to get to me. That's nice. Let her rip. Not the best shot I've ever seen, but okay. What magic is Repanse using to look good at that age? It's a new line of products called the Favor of the Lady. Very fashionable. Knocks away 500-year-old wrinkles like they're nothing. What were the Tomb Kings before they were mummies? They were a human nation known as Nehekara or Nehekara, depending on how you want to call it. Basically, I mean, they were basically Egypt, but they were the very first human civilization. They were kind of like the favored creations / children of the old ones when it comes to humanity. Even though humanity obviously spread around the entire globe, that was the cradle of their civilization, so to speak.
Command me.
Oh, come and get it.
Repanse de Lyonnais. Direct my blade. Feel my fury.
Halberds. Quest ignites. Get in there. Forward! Good job. Okay, let's get Repanse in on those Karen wraiths. She's like our only source of magic damage. Spears, back this way. Henry! Henry!
I seek glory. Britannia!
I am prepared.
Knights, let's take out that corpse cart. Good job, good job.
Repanse de Lyonnais.
Alright, catapult. Let's aim. Not really a great target, is there?
We go with haste.
What is it with Nurgle and fleets? I don't know. I mean, all of the Dark Gods have had a fleet at some point. It's not exclusive to Nurgle. Nurgle just seems to have the most famous ones. I don't know why that is, to be totally honest with you. Maybe Nurgle just has, like, a type of affinity with the ocean, being the lord of, like, decay, disease, and stuff. There's so much natural rot that occurs in the oceans. I mean, all of the Dark Gods have fleets. It's just that, you know, there are a handful more famous Nurgle fleets than there are of the others.
Divine fury. Repanse
Okay, let's
de Lyonnais.
pull out Repanse, because I want to get her to have a really good charge on these Karen
The lady's
Wraiths.
command.
Here we go.
The lady awaits.
Come here, Karen Wraiths. Come here, and boom. Good magic damage.
Yes.
Archers, focus the spooky ghosts. Okay, good.
Knightly valor.
As ordered.
Cool, cool. Probably due to scurvy. Yeah. What did the Lizardmen think of the Tomb Kings being all undead? Don't they deviate too far from the old one's plans, or do you think they belong? So the Lizardmen have a pretty complicated view on the Tomb Kings. For the most part, I would say that without a doubt, the Lizardmen view the Tomb Kings
The Lyonnais.
as a, like, perversion of the Great Plan. Like, they look at them and see them as, this is not correct. Like, these guys are not what they're supposed to be, and they are in violation of the Great Plan. So they would need to be purged. However, I do think that the Lizardmen could see the use of the Tomb Kings, or could at least see some of their original design
In the leg.
within what is left of them, to the extent that they would be willing to potentially ally with them against a greater evil. But I don't think that the Lizardmen would put up with the Tomb Kings in the long run. Devoted of the Goddess might be really good, just because the sheer amount of vampiric garbage. But I really like 10th Share. Bonded Service is also pretty good if you're getting, like, really big knights. So let's start with Bonded Service. And then Henry. We're just going to kit out Henry for being just, like, pure tank Chad.
For Britannia. For the lady. For justice.
Pick up some more knights. I can only get one more unit of peasants right now. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then we
The lady
want...
brought us victory.
We want... I know somebody already mentioned trying to get a second lord early, because we don't have supply line issues, so maybe we'll pick up... Let's pick up, like, a, maybe a character.
Devotee of the lady.
That'll give us some early magic.
We have seized the day. I have seen your heart.
Research 5 techs. Rank up 5 times. Honestly, for her, I almost wonder if it might be better to go the 5 techs route. Well, no, that's still going to take, like, a bunch of turns. Okay, so let's go... Let's go Chivalry. And then I'm not going to bother with that. Repanse is Bay. Repanse is super Bay. Is farming or industry best for making bank? Technically industry. Once you're high enough in your tech tree, the best route for like pure money, like god tier money is industry. For early game, the best is farms, and farms also allow you more peasants.
Stop and recuperate.
Alright, so let's do that. That way, because I want to move with both of these people against the Necromancer Lord. Good old Caden.
Our power is unmatched.
Oh, Legend must have just finished streaming. I was like, why is chat moving so fast all of a sudden? What's happening? Hello! Hello! Legend's crew has arrived. Hello, hello, hello. How are y'all all doing today? You're just in time. We just started. We've got a lot of undead boys to purge.
The lady's justice. Battle comes.
It's about to get super French up in here.
Back.
Welcome, welcome, folks. Hope you're all doing great today. We'll just occupy it.
The lady calls me. Corruption spreads.
Yeah, shush. All right.
Ah, yes.
So let's get last point in bonded service, and then we'll go 10th share.
In the lady's name.
Then Henry level up. So another point here. Sotek Senpai on Twitch. Yeah, dude. I've been on Twitch. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. And thank you to everyone from Legend stream for coming by. Hey, Legend, how you doing, brother? You recovered from Vermintide? Drowning in rats is always a good time, but boy howdy. I didn't realize how long we were doing that for. That was like 5 hours of Vermintide. That was nuts. Repanse should still have a Cockney accent, but she's supposed to be French. What is a Black Grail Knight? So the Black Grail, Zion, yeah, I mean, I don't think it ultimately matters too much as long as you commit a province to a singular form of income. So, like, if you're gonna go farms, then you really want to go farms. And, like, just, that's it for that province. But if you want to go industry, then you go industry in that province. So, the Black Grail is essentially that there was a incident in Bretonnia where a false power rose up. And it's not 100% clear who exactly was behind it. But basically, there were some individuals who cared more about securing authority or power than they did anything else. You just did a 7-hour stream? Good lord, dude. Good lord. Oh, that's how many turns I have desert immunity. Okay. We can just auto-resolve this.
We rule him. She speaks. I listen.
Yes, we will unite. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Goodness, so much chat. Oh my gosh. Some streamers have perfect vigor. Yeah, that's true. I do not have perfect vigor. That's for damn sure. I struggle. Do I play with mods? Yes. The only mod that I play with that actually affects gameplay is I have a mod that gives 2 skill points for lords only. That's it. That's the only mod I use that actually like changes the way the game works. Because I just find it a more enjoyable experience, and I think it makes the AI a lot smarter. I think the AI tends to really, really struggle when it only has the ability to recruit a single... Ooh, you've got some nice units there, bro. Why don't you bring those over here so I can take some of them? Got halberds. Okay, I don't need spears or swords. But I am interested in that trebuchet. Okay, I need to get rid of just one more thing. I'll get rid of... Oh, wait, no. Let's get rid of a spear unit here. Yeah, I will take some financial troubles for a turn so I can steal all that dude's units. You don't have perfect vigor, just reduce fatigue resistance? Fair enough. Have I checked out the Repanse mod's animated banner? Is there a banner mod? Research 2 techs for sword. Okay. I love Phyrus. Phyrus has that big old monastery that's just great.
In the lady's name.
Yoink.
That is impossible now.
Alright, see you, boy.
Your coming was foretold.
Alright, so we are secure in this province. Let's get the Desert Purge up and running. That way I'm maxing out chivalry. What is the mod called that lets them get 2 skill points? There's one called Sensei's 2 skill points for Lords Only mod. Which you can literally, if you just go into the Steam Workshop page and you type in like 2 skill points for Lords Only, or go to skill point mods, you can find one. But I probably need to find a secondary one, because the one that I'm actually using isn't on the Steam page anymore. It's like, I think it's gone private, because I don't know if the creator made it private, or if he just hasn't updated it in so long it no longer shows up. But this mod is technically by a guy named Sibity, because it works very reliably without breaking the game. But that's the only... It's the only one. but there's sorry, that's not the only one. There is another one, of course, by Sensei that you can get that's still on the Steam page, and that one I believe does work. How are Noblars able to communicate with ogres? They seem like they're too dumb to learn the language. Well, Noblars aren't stupid. Noblars are actually fairly intelligent little critters. Like, they're very, very capable at doing stuff like trapping, building little towns, constructing new types of war machines. Like, they're completely unskilled with black powder, but they're actually very ingenious little buggers. So, but Noblars and ogres speak the same language, at least nowadays. Alright, where's this? Martek? Okay, Martek is a little on the exposed side of things. What do I want to do here? If I go industry, we're looking at heavy finances, which I think is actually better for a home province, personally. Decisions. But, I mean, this province is going to almost just... I'm probably going to revolve this province around other stuff than finances, just because it has so many, like, resources. Let's worry about upgrading our iron up to max first.
The lady calls me.
You stay there until you're back to max healing. And what do I want to put in Martek? Let's do an apothecary. That'll work. That'll give us some growth. Do they speak the ogre's language even in shanty towns where there are no ogres? Probably. I'd have to double check what the exactly the languages that ogres speak. I don't have it in my brain off the absolute top of my head. I'd have to go look it up.
She speaks.
I know what book it would be in. I would just have to go get it. And it's buried. Okay, so you should finish healing by the time we get here, but we're going to head over to Bel Aliad. Hopefully the Skaven haven't taken it yet. I think it starts off as a ruin. So I might be able to search it before the Skaven arrive. Do ogres have any relations to the Greenskins? No. They work with them sometimes. They fight with them sometimes, but that's it. Do I do the Lord Spam cheese with Bretonia? Generally, I don't cheese. Cheesing is not really my... I don't know if forte is the right word, but it's not the way I prefer to play. I care much more about having, like, an immersive or interesting experience than I do about, like, just spamming whatever is going to give me, like, the best results every single time.
I go to battle then.
Yay, this was ruins. The arrow points to this. Fencer's blades, nice.
As you order.
That is not a bad weapon set to start with.
Devotee of
And if I have enough money, we'll go ahead and take this. Ah, I don't.
I see my path.
Wait, what? I should. 2,500. Oh, right, because I searched it.
Protects me.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Cool. Well, we'll do that next turn, because that'll give us gold, which is the best. Unsubbed. Hey, I'm not saying that cheesing isn't fun to watch. I love watching Legend cheese. It's just not my... Oh, come on, bullshit. Search any ruined settlement. It's just not my preferred style. Capture the Black Tower of Archon.
For Bretonia.
Okay, we're gonna have you take it. Well, I don't know. How much money will I save if Repanse does it? That's a lot of money saved.
Shall we?
Okay.
We have met before.
Yeah, you can just stay there. Give me that. That should open up trade, right? Yeah. Yeah, that gives me a banner. Jean-Claude Sarteurs.
Ready.
Give me that. That's a grudging. What's the story behind Neferata and Khalida? So, the gist of the story behind them is they're related, first of all. So, Neferata and Khalida are cousins. And they're the kind of cousin that... Khalida was younger than Neferata. And they were from two different cities, right? So, Neferata was like one of the ruling forces slash the queen
We must rest.
of
Sorceress.
For Bretonia. For the
Lamia, whereas Khalida was the ruler of Liberus, which was a little further north. And the two of them were very, very close for a long time. And they were like almost too close. Like whenever you look at like those really old stories between different cultures, like way back in the day, and you're like, wow, those two are really close. Like, is there something going on there? And then you're like, oh wait, they're
We
cousins.
receive you with the latest grace.
But I will not join your war against Archon until I'm right on top of them. But thanks for the offer. Speaking of which, I probably need to ride over there right now.
De Leon.
Okay, so we got our Knight's Vow. Win a battle at sea. Win a siege battle in desert. Where are you at on your vow? I need to defeat one more lord before I get the Grail vow.
Repanse.
Alright.
Time to march.
We ride for Archon the Black.
I am ready.
I have seen your heart. My steps are guided.
Gold! But anyway, they were very close cousins. Not Alabama close, but Liberus is south of Lamia. Whatever, my geography is bad. Especially when it comes to anything like east of Lustria.
Taking up
But the big moment between the two of them was while they were very close. So they were very much in a, you know, big sister little sister relationship. That was very close. Essentially, what ended up happening is when Neferata turned into a vampire, she became the first vampire ever. The big issue that came up was that obviously Neferata, in her play for power and immortality, was basically an abomination, right? She was she had a lot of questionable morals, and there was a lot of horrible stuff going on in her kingdom. Like people being tortured, because vampires are just tend to be very cruel, spiteful, arrogant creatures. They just can't help themselves. So basically, you have all this super awful garbage going on, and rumors start showing up in Liberus of what exactly is happening over in I guess I'd rather have ambush defense chain, especially since we're going to be fighting Skaven in the near future. So you have, so what Khalida does is Khalida basically invites, like she visits Neferata and a lot throughout their life, but after Neferata turns into a vampire, Khalida basically starts hearing more and more and more nasty stuff about what exactly is going on in Liberus, or in Lamia, and she finally gets like concerned enough. I can't remember. I want to say she invites Neferata to Liberus, but it might be she went to Lamia. But either way, they meet up, and when they meet up, hiding vampirism is possible, but it's not super duper easy. And Neferata, being as arrogant as she is, and kind of not seeing herself as a god, but like the next best thing back then, she has very little issue basically revealing herself and all of her undead glory to Khalida, and basically just being like, look how powerful and amazing I am, don't you want to be like me? And Khalida looks at Neferata and just sees her as an abomination. She looks at her and she's like, what what have you turned yourself into? You're a monster. So Neferata had been doing a very good job of keeping her nature secret from the rest of Nehekara, because she knew if all of the Nehekarans found out about the vampires and like that they were all undead monstrosities, they would almost assuredly, they would all unify to defeat her, because she was literally just using Nagash's power to make herself into an immortal being. And all of Nehekara had very recently united to defeat Nagash, which had been a very ugly war, but they had won in the end, and defeated him, or at least they thought they had, like, completely defeated him. They hadn't, but they had beat him for a little bit. So Khalida does the only thing she can do, and sticking to her principles, she challenges Neferata to a duel, like a ritualistic duel. And they have this really famous and ugly, bitter fight between the two of them, where Khalida basically fights as hard as she can, but she's just a human, and she's up against the first vampire, which is a lot. So there's this whole big thing about the two of them are battling in this arena in front of spectators, and although Khalida is a very skilled duelist and combatant, she just can't keep up with Neferata. Like, Neferata is way stronger than her, Neferata is way faster than her. It's this whole thing, and finally Neferata defeats her easily, because she stops toying around with her. Like, she keeps pushing her back and pushing her back, and it eventually boils to the point where she gets frustrated with Khalida. I can't remember if it's because Khalida actually ends up wounding her, or basically was pushing her so hard that she couldn't afford to just keep messing around. But either way, Neferata's hand gets forced, and she basically defeats and mortally wounds Khalida in this duel. And when she wounds her, Neferata thinks that it's not a bad decision to mortally wound the person she loves more than anyone else on the planet, because in her mind she thinks, okay, I will wound Khalida so badly that her only option will be to accept my blood kiss, to accept vampirism, and once she's a vampire, she'll understand. Once she's a vampire, she'll see as I do and she'll, you know, want to live with me and be by my side for eternity. So Neferata goes all in on this play, and she mortally wounds Khalida, and goes to physically overpower her and force her to become a vampire. You know, she forces her to take the blood kiss, and in Khalida's last moments before she transforms, she begs the goddess Asp, Asaf, who's the Asp goddess. She begs Asaf to spare her from vampirism. She basically says, you know, I will do anything, I'll pay any price, just don't let me turn into a monster. And so Asaf being I don't know what the female version of a bro would be, but Asaf being a bro fills Khalida's veins with poison, like snake venom. So she dies and never turns into a vampire. So she dies on the spot, which enraged the hell out of Neferata. Because Neferata's plan got totally shot. Because not only did it kill her beloved cousin, it also made the city of Liberus pissed at the city of Lamia. They were really upset because killing Khalida was not a good move. And that is one of the major moves that played into assist. Yeah, it doesn't have this. I don't know. It does. To me, that doesn't have the same connotation. It doesn't have that like goofy sound to it, I guess. This isn't Archon, so I'm not gonna. Oh gosh, that actually took a bigger toll on me than I thought it would. Probably should have fought that one myself, but that's okay. Savior, nice.
What news?
But that majorly played into how Neferata ended up being discovered. By all of Nehekara as a vampire. It wasn't the only thing. There was a lot of things that played into it, but that was one of the big things that played into it.
I see you.
Let's move you over here.
In the lady's name.
We will probably do... Yeah, we're almost assuredly going to do farming in this province. So that's fine. And that gave us enough money for the Holy Monastery of the Divine Origo. Awesome. I love unique buildings. Do the vampires have their own gods? No. Vampires do not worship gods. They don't worship anybody. The vampires are like the ultimate expression of bone reading. Huh. Quick defense. Yeah, I'll take quick defense. That's a cool event. I wish the other Bretonians got that event. That's really, really strong. Okay, real quick, let's dip you in and out. And then you're going to stay here and just heal up for a bit. This one's on the coast, though, so this one we're going to do... we're going to do a garrison. And then... we'll probably do an apothecary and a garrison in this structure, because it's exposed to the ocean. And sooner or later, knowing my luck, Luther Harkin's going to come across and slap me. Is Vlad bloodkin to Nagash? I don't think so. Vlad originally was a Lamian ruler. He was actually Neferata's first husband. And he went by the name Vashanesh back in the day. But I don't believe he was related to Nagash. Because Nagash was from a different city. But he was Nagash's, he was essentially Nagash's, like, favored, champion of the vampires when Nagash, or when Vashanesh came back and was turned into a vampire.
Is it time?
Yeah, Vlad was a diplomat, that's true. He, Vashanesh spent a good long while in Cathay. Which is pretty interesting, actually.
Yes, ready. Repanse de Leon.
Isn't Vlad one of Aberesh's get? No, Vlad's an OG. Vlad was given the elixir of immortality. So Vlad does not have a father. He's one of the original. He's one of the original 7 bloodlines. The original 7 being the Von Karsteins, the Blood Dragons, the Necrarchs, the Strigoi, the Lamians, and then there are 2 others that are, like, unnamed. Like, we know... I don't have them memorized, but I know what book it's in. But we know vaguely the name of the last 2 vampires who would go on to found other bloodlines, but they're not super important to, like, the overall story. They were basically there so that if you were a fan of vampire counts and you wanted to make your own bloodline, there was a lore reason for you to be able to create your own. That was the concept. That was the main push behind Games Workshop wanting there to be 7 bloodlines. 5 of them are very famous and named and have very distinct histories. But the other 2, we only know their founders, but we don't know any of the traits they have. And we know vaguely where they went. Like, one of them went to Cathay, and another one, gosh, I want to say he went north, and we don't know what happened to him after he went north. Who the hell is Vashnar? Vashnar the Tormentor. Vashnar the Tormentor is a Chaos Lord of Slaanesh who invaded Lustria during the, he invaded Lustria right before the end times. So, Vashnar the Tormentor was like a big baddie that the Lizardmen had to deal with leading up to Archaon's invasion. Don't want to finish Martark first. Oh no, let's get Bel Aliad moving. Bel Aliad is more important to me because it's got finances. Get an apothecary there. And then we'll ride out to go curb stomp Archon the Black. What do I think about the 2020 Kira, I'm gonna make a video about the 2020 General's Handbook. I shit you guys not, I spent $100 today ordering new stuff from Games Workshop. Not very noble. Ah! Rude, who did this? How dare that? How dare that knight lose me 20 chivalry? What a douche.
We have met before. Making my way. What is your behest?
Oh, the rudeness.
I listen. I require your all.
Ride hard, ride fast.
Is yours. I see my path.
Oh, the dwarves are in the fight with us. That's good. All right, so we're going after Archon the Black. Let's get Phyrus finished, so I don't have to spend any more money in Phyrus. Coffer, we're gonna get a garrison going. I'm probably gonna be fighting Skaven pretty soon, so let's go ahead and get the sewer cleaning decree. And then after that, we're going to start going heavy in economic stuff. I gave Games Workshop my money. I give Games Workshop lots of money. I give Games Workshop so much money. Please don't bully Archon. He's so weak. I'm sorry, bro. I have to. I'm contractually obligated. Am I not using the Four-Lord Chivalry Oversight?
Shall we?
Four-Lord Chivalry Oversight. Are you asking why am I not using the strategy where you just run like a ton of lords because there's no army penalty? No, I don't like to do stuff like that. It doesn't feel thematic to me. And I'm all about my themes. Skaven! No, we have to save Archon. We must save Archon the Black. He's my kill, not theirs.
I shall go.
Spellcaster, my sight is yours.
Chivalry is all. Save the Lich. Save the Lich. Kill stealing rodents. So Bretonia is a faction of simps. I mean, that's one way to look at it, I suppose. Hey, Sotek, as a newer player to Total War Warhammer 2 and its franchise, do I have any tips for beginners? My biggest tips for beginners would be, take it slow. You know, start on, like, normal difficulty, or easy, if you even want to go that way. The biggest thing is that you probably want to watch, videos by YouTubers who are really big in, like, analysis. So, like, I believe Legend of Total War has some pretty good videos for, like, people starting off. As well as, oh yeah, let's lightning strike this. As well as, who's another good one? Zerkovich. Zerkovich has some awesome videos explaining, like, how the game works, on fundamental ways. Oh, okay, I see. Interesting. So you could just, like, max out chivalry goodness. That's that's kind of amazing.
We are ready! Peasant bowman! My lord! Peasant bowman!
But the biggest thing is just have fun with it. Like, if you want to learn how to play Skarsnik, for instance, Skarsnik's pretty challenging. I don't know if I would ever recommend him for a starting player. I would probably recommend starting with Grom and getting used to playing with goblins. Because Skarsnik is a character that is very reliant on you understanding how to ambush, and, like, how to use night goblins really, really effectively. Like, you can get him to be very, very powerful, but his empire's in a very hard starting position, and he does not lend himself easily to new players. His campaign can be very punishing, just because everyone will declare war on you and you can get bullied. So if you're newer at the game, I would definitely recommend just trying to... if you're wanting to learn greenskins, I'd probably start with Grom. If you want to go the goblin route and just, like, really learn how to enjoy yourself with goblins and see if you have a good time with that experience. And, you know, kind of just explore from there. Which of the Resurrects 5 do you think would be the best equipped for fighting off Skaven as a rat catcher, both a hero as a class? Are you asking which character would do best as the actual rat catcher, like, career from, like, the RPG? In that case, it would definitely be Saltspire. I'm not sure what you mean by rat catcher in that context. Let's get to work, my dudes.
For the grail! For the grail! Hastily! At once!
Oh my gosh, he has Assault of Stone.
Cut that down!
Well, that was painful.
Glory cards!
I don't really want to fight that particular little batch just yet. Why don't y'all peace out for a bit?
We serve the lady! Knights, around!
Repanse,
Honor the lady! For knights! For the lady! Ready to fire! For the king!
the lady's sword!
Somebody kill him.
For my liege! Awaiting order!
Do Tomb Kings have flying mounts in the lore? In the lore? So Tomb Kings technically have flying barges. And I mean that quite literally. Like, they are ships that they glide more above the ocean than anything else. They don't sail in the ocean. Tomb King ships very rarely actually touch the ocean. Granted, it depends on the city. Because a lot of Tomb King creations, inventions, whatever you want to call it, are very magically significant pieces of construction. That being said, do they have any, like, true flying mounts? Not really. No. And even the Tomb King fleets, you would never expect to see them, like, flying over land. You would just expect to see them, you would only expect to see them, like, over the ocean, but without them actually touching the ocean. Aren't the Bretonians just a Monty Python skit? That's certainly a way of looking at it. I don't know if it's I wouldn't say that it's deliberately set after Monty Python. I think that's just how the British view the French. Servant of the Great Horned Rat, it's purely a professional thing. I love every Warhammer race equally. Personally. But I've signed a lot of Lizardman contracts, you have to understand. It's a hard business. There's all this, like, red tape and specific things you gotta do and all this stuff, but I needed that old one's money, dude. I needed that old one's money. Yeah, yeah, Archon's chariot flies. That's true. That's a good point. Archon the Black has a flying chariot. Uh-huh. And he has it in this game. I mean, it flies, but, you know, it still flies. But yes, Archon the Black does have a flying chariot. Not a big fan of the end times, but Sigvald's death was hilarious. Sigvald's death was kind of weird to me. Like, it was fine, but it felt like such a waste of Throg, in my opinion. Like, having Sigvald basically killed by Krell, and then Throg just comes in and kill steals it, and then, like, just, like, basically teabags his body. Like, it's like... I don't know, it felt kind of unnecessary. How much stuff will I explode to celebrate July 4th? Nothing. I'm too lazy. I don't want to spend the money on, I don't want to spend the money on fireworks. And I'm not super jazzed with a lot of things going on in the U.S. right now, so I'm just gonna stay in my house and play video games. I don't know. Growing up in Texas though, fireworks are kind of like a whole thing of, like, it was rare you got to really enjoy them, unfortunately, because Texas usually is so dry that you can't use fireworks without risking, like, accidentally blowing everything up.
With Bretonian fire! Preserve yourself!
No, I'm not interested in fighting you yet. I've got rats to hunt.
Seers, slay them. I know the way. I serve the lady.
Oh my gosh, did you really go on the opposite side?
For Bretonia!
Okay, you run him down.
Draw your weapons!
Ugh.
Just so.
These sandstorms are painful.
For Bretonia, for the lady.
Sorceress.
Why don't you run for safety for right now? How far can he go? Okay, I can get out. Okay, good.
I go hence.
Not quite. There you go. Good girl. If you get caught, it's not a big deal. I don't really care. Bel Aliad. More gold! Would a regular ogre tribe be able to defeat your average Chaos Warband? Yes. It would have to be a pretty powerful Chaos Warband to have a good chance at threatening an ogre tribe. Is that Archon?
The lady is watching.
There he is. Goodbye, Archon. Splat.
Yes.
Yay, we got the trait. Good. I just wanted that bonus. Even though his trait's actually kind of terrible for me now that I think about it. Alright. We got the People's Hero. And let's get... what? Banish the Scourge, I think might be the... God, Courageous. Holy shit, that's so good. Let's take Banish the Scourge first, though. I want that sweet, sweet immune to psych army-wide. Foe Seeker. Now I can take this and not feel bad about it.
May the lady guide your blade. Have heart. The lady guides us.
My sight is yours.
This may result in your death, but I'm kind of willing to risk it. Because Archon is looking mighty weak down there.
Now, fight!
Your behest?
I could totally see you losing that fight, though. Yeah, you're just
The
hanging out
lady
there.
is with you.
In the lady's name, prepare!
Why is Snitch just standing there posing? Because he's probably wanting to blow up that settlement, but I keep cutting underneath him.
We have met before.
Hey! Oh, you know what? I heard there was a tip earlier, and I totally blanked on that. So, Man Frank, thank you very, very much for the $5 tip, my dude. No message, but I really appreciate it. And then we just got a tip from Christian Steenkamp. Thank you very, very much for the generous tip, my dude. First time seeing you live. Love your lore videos. Keep it up. Well, thank you, my dude. And we've got one hell of a lore video coming down the pipe.
Devotee of
I am so looking forward to getting that out.
Do you know who I am?
Why don't you come down here and help, you big goof? Please stream more with Legend and Major Kill. It was very enjoyable to watch. Well, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. I had a really good time on that stream.
Draw your weapons!
It went very well. We'll see what the future brings. I don't want to commit to anything just yet. Especially when it comes to Major Kill. That's always gonna be that boy really likes his edge. The Dawi have some kind of rune golem, right? Yeah, the dwarves have something called they're just called rune golems. Hello? Snitch? That was kind of rude. You lot, go protect our boom boom stuff. Fire! Knights to me! Let's back up.
Peasant bowman! Stay in put! Aye! Doing our duty!
Okay, we've got to take out Snitch.
In Bretonia's name!
For the king! Knights errant! Post haste!
Push them back!
Repanse
There he is.
for the lady!
Do the thing!
Honor the lady! Victory!
Ow! God, that hurt.
Orders? I am your man!
Get out of there, Repanse. Activate the speed potion.
Field trebuchet!
Aim for the mass! Henry, no!
Is ready!
Oh my gosh.
Peasant bowman! For my liege! Kill him! We serve the king!
Open fire!
Ready for orders?
As commanded!
Ponce, let's keep you safe.
Justice awaits!
Defender of the realm!
Knights, back up.
Draw!
The Leoness!
Look out.
I am prepared! At once!
Oof.
Go! Back! Quickly!
Show us the bow!
Kill the Death Master.
God help
This is looking a little dicey. Rip Repanse indeed.
What do you need?
Oh yeah, Henry's immoral. It's okay. We'll bounce back. We took a risk by attacking Snitch when he had that other army there, but I wanted Archon the Black and I got Archon the Black. So this is a loss I'm willing to accept for my hubris.
Get out of here!
Don't worry though, we'll be back. You lose the lady's blessing? Well, if you flee, but, you know, I'm dead, so.
Back! Back!
That was not the best flee direction you could have picked. Oh wait, no! Ah! We escaped! But here come the... here come the... those dudes. Oh my gosh. To the bitter end, my lads! To the bitter end!
Now to battle!
Who's the most arrogant race in Warhammer? That would be the elves. Hands down. I would probably say the Dark Elves are the most arrogant of the elven factions. If you want to get down to, like, the nitty-gritty of it.
Ready for battle! Peasant bowmen!
Till the final bell tolls, my friends.
The lady's sword!
Orders! Field's trebuchet! We serve!
He doesn't have any one thing that's super scary. The problem is he's got a Tomb King and Archon, and I've got, like, no, no health.
As commanded!
Can you add the 5th as Henry's title? Wouldn't that be kind of rude to Henry Le Massif?
Repanse de Lyonnais!
Correct me if my memory's wrong, but wasn't Henry V kind of like the worst? Have lizardmen ever tamed sea monsters? Not that we're aware of. A light breeze will kill that Repanse. That is absolutely correct. Oh, all my troops have fire damage because of the buff we picked up earlier. That's nice. Take out as many of these undead bros as we can. If I can, I'm going to try and find Archon and kill him. You know what, let's actually aim for all the spear units. There he is.
For justice!
Repanse, why don't you hold back?
I'll go! The lady's fury!
Actually, let's only send in one unit. Because Archon is gonna get his curse ability. Like, the instant he takes damage, he's gonna immediately curse. Okay, there's the Spirit Leech. Go, 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 go!
Swiftly!
Divine fury!
Potion of Speed! Boom!
Attack! In Bretonia's name!
Come on!
Knights of Bretonia!
Okay, you lot, we gotta go.
Repanse de Lyonnais!
I believe in you, honey.
The lady
Man, they gotta, like, do something with character charges. Oh, dang it, he got his other Spirit Leech in time. Oh, got him! Alright, well, that was fitting.
For knights! Protect! Field trebuchet!
Keep firing, damn it, keep firing!
Knights errant! With
Lance formation! Push through, push through! Oh god, those dogs are actually gonna be a problem. Quick, quick! I'm Henry V? No, that's just rude. Which lore of, excluding high magic, would I consider to be my favorite? My favorite lore of magic? My favorite lore of magic is probably the lore of beasts. If I had to pick one. I'm very, very fond of the lore of beasts. So close. I don't know about that. He still had his Ushapti summon if he really needed it. But hey, at least we killed Archon the Black, so he's down for another 4 turns. Lord of the Great Maw is a cool lore. Took me for a Gairan or Hish kind of guy. Well, you know, honestly, I do really like Gairan. Like when I played tabletop, Lore of Life was always a staple lore for me. What about y'all, chat? What's your favorite lore? Dude, all of the memes about all of the memes for Balthazar Gelt being like from like the all the Vietnam quotes just cracked me up so much. Like all his crap where he's like, it smells like the smell of gold, black powder in the morning and the smell of gold in the morning, and he's got like the sunglasses on and everything. All the Gelt memes are truly blessed. They are something else. Oh, she's only down for 2 turns. That's actually pretty nice. I think it's because we got her the Grail Vow, so she comes back pretty quick. Plague, Nurgle, cool. Life, Gur. Oh, Heavens, yeah! Lore of Heavens is a pretty sexy lore. Alright, we've got the Skaven buffs. We need to work on our finances.
We have met
I don't know why the Vampire Coast is here, but they are. Okay, you go hang out in the Sorcerer Isles. Let's get Martok maxed out, and Repanse will be back next turn, so that's pretty awesome. Welcome to Astalia, gentlemen. Biofoot, thank you for the $5 tip, my dude. Can we get a tour of your AOS armies at some point? Yeah, dude. I would be happy to show you all my AOS stuff. We can do that probably pretty soon. Okay, let's bring back Repanse here. And, oh, we can get the Wardens of Montfort. That's pretty nice. All of the knights, please. Just all the knights. I need to be drowning in knights. I've got a rumbling in my tummies that only knights can satisfy. I mean, I'm thinking of Henry the Fourth. Oh, okay. Alright, fine. Fine, I will add a 5 to it. Good lord. Recruiting surplus. Yes, please. More knights. We have the Grail Vow now, right? Yeah, we've got Grail Vow. Good. Henry should be back next turn. Dwarves seem like they're getting work done, so that's good.
Aye. Honor to your answer.
Alright. What do I think of the new Age of Sigmar High Elves? So the Lumineth, I really, really like the Lumineth range and what they represent for where Age of Sigmar is going. So I am really, really glad that they're going back to actual, like, formation combat. So it seems like, like, one of the big things the Lumineth do is the Lumineth can fight rank and file, and they actually get buffs if they fight rank and file, which I think is just the best news ever. I am super duper excited to play more, or to play around with that. Because rank and file was one of my favorite things about fantasy, along with character customization, and they're bringing both of those back. So I am just completely over the moon with where we're going. Lumineth, though, I like their range. I think it's cool. It's definitely not for me. I don't think I am going to be super interested in collecting Lumineth, because I don't really like how the models look, but I like the way that they're, you know, they're kind of doing their other stuff. Like, I like their rules. I like that Teclis is playable again, and he is actually, like, kind of a big deal now. I like that Tyrion and Teclis are not just sharing a model, that they are still separate entities in and of their own right. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there, I think. I have Tomato. Hey, Sotek, haven't been really able to get onto your streams lately, and once again, I forgot to use your links to get the DLC and stuff. Oh, that reminds me. I've got a plug for myself here in a hot second. But here's some compensation because I'm a man of my word. Well, thank you, dude. I appreciate the support. I hope you never feel like you... I never want you guys to feel like you have to support. Like, just showing up and watching stuff, guys, does so much. So I am always so happy to have y'all come by and just hang out. That means more to me than you know. Especially those of you who are happy to interact and do all that stuff. Please never feel like you have to donate or anything like that. It's very appreciated, and it, you know, keeps me fat, but which is important, but it's not required. And then Changer of Ways. Hi, Sotek. How come in Total War Bretonnian Knights have lower armor than Empire Knights? Is it supposed to represent the Empire's more technologically advanced, or is it because they're friends with the Dawi? So, here's the fun fact behind that. The reason that Bretonnians are not as armored is because in the Lord they wear less armor. So in the lore, Empire Knights, with the help of advances made by the dwarves, use something basically called like full plate armor. Which is this really, really super dense, heavy armor that the Empire was able to pick up through their relationships and trading technology and stuff like that from the Dawi. So Empire Knights go into war, and it's very noted that Empire Knights ride horses that are much, much larger than most people's horses, but they tend to also be slower. But that's because they're designed to carry like pretty absurd amounts of armor on them, as well as heavier riders. Whereas Bretonnians much more favor this really garish, exotic look on all of their yeah, that's basically what it is that they wear leave it. Is that the Bretonnians are all about, you know, their technological age is more like medieval, whereas the Empire is much more like, what, early Renaissance or something? I'm bad with actual history. All of my brain power went into fantasy history because, you know, priorities, I guess.
Shall we?
Alright, we're doing good. Let's get to work on some let's get our peasant upgrades up and running. Where are we gonna have a rebellion? Oh, Bel Aliad. Ooh, that could actually be kind of bad. Maybe, well, hopefully the dwarves will help us out. Empire is late 15th century Holy Roman Empire, and Bretonnia is early 12th or 13th century Knights of France. Cool. Ooh, give me infrastructure. We're getting all sorts of good events. Dwarves!
What? And what can the Dowie do for you on this? Be gone.
Oh no, we're not bros yet.
Not likely.
Dang it. I guess we can let Archon live for now. I have to deal with
I
this.
require your all.
I don't want him taking my gold.
All for the lady.
We ride!
Sight is yours. My lady will not allow it.
Sorry, dwarves, don't mean to be rude.
I cannot.
What's the next Q&A? Not for a bit, first of all. Second of all, I will let y'all know. I don't want to promise anything yet. Let's take burned fields. Burn the witch!
In the lady's name.
Okay, good. We're going to be able to make it. Ride hard, ride fast! Dwarves are winning their war with, Oh, look at that! Deathmaster Snitch lost his capital. Haha, loser. That's what you get! You damn rats. James, yes. Ogres, the average ogre tribe would defeat the average Chaos Warband. Could a Chosen kill an Ogre Bull, though? Yes. A Chosen would absolutely dominate an Ogre Bull. You would need, I would say you'd reliably want an Iron Gut to take on a Chosen. Chosen are, they're nasty.
I know the way.
Let's actually have our lady here lead this charge.
We have met before.
Try and get her some more experience.
My lady calls.
Armor of Fortune. I'm just gonna... Oh wait, I have a way better thing than that. Oh no, but Henry needs that. Give me that. You are unworthy. There can only be one. I love that. Level 10. Courageous. Oh yeah, the Fleur-de-Lis banner. Gotta get the Fleur-de-Lis. Fleur-de-Lis? Fleur-de-Lis? Let's go Woundmaker. Henry's a big boy.
I have seen your heart.
You... More spells. Max that out. The dwarves are going to be a little upset that I ran through their zone over 2 turns, but they'll deal.
In Bretonia's name.
What is your behest?
Alright, let's go.
The lady wills it. Hapless fool.
What Skaven would I put up against a Chosen? Like, individual Skaven? I'd probably need to be like a Warlord or a Chieftain. Miss Alora, keep up the good stuff. Thank you. I appreciate the tip. Thank you very much. Ooh, it is toasty today, my dudes. I have got my AC and my, all my other junk cranked up. Okay, we can afford to get a lot more peasants. So let's do that.
The lady calls me. For Bretonia, for the lady.
Let's get rid of this unit.
I await.
Give me halberds. I love halberds. Have I ever used the mod that gives Repanse her actual banner for her model? Not yet. I just found out about it. I will definitely pick it up though. I see you, Deathmaster. Is he going for Bel Aliad? Because if so, I am totally willing to fight him for it. Let's do Angry Gods. I prefer growth.
In the lady's name.
Oh, we can get him. Awesome. Awesome, awesome.
Prophetess.
Dude, chat, it is time for sweet
My
vengeance.
path is clear.
Is it time?
It is time, my dear.
To the fight!
Can I make a video about Cathay? Yes. That is coming up very soon. No, I'm actually gonna fight this one. I want vengeance. I need it. I need vengeance in my life. I don't have any archers.
Have heart!
Could a Chaos Demon beat a Dreadsaurian? There are classifications of demons that could beat a Dreadsaurian, yes. Like, certain types of Greater Demons could defeat a Dreadsaurian. Do I think we'll ever see a Strigoi Legendary Lord? We better. Dude, I want, what's his face? Oh gosh. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Vorag. I want Vorag Bloodytooth so bad. Vorag Bloodytooth was like the first actual Ghoul King. Because there have been lots of Strigoi, but he was the first one that earned that particular epithet. So I would love to have him in game. Vorag Bloodytooth would be awesome. I really want a Vampire Lord for at least one for each bloodline. So, you know, give me, like, I still need Zacharias the Everliving, Neferata, and, the one I just said that I forgot. Oh my gosh, he's got catapults. Forward! Zacharias the Everliving for the Necrarchs. Neferata for the Lamians. We have the Red Duke, they just need to make him playable for the Blood Dragons, though I also wouldn't mind Wallach at some point. And then Vorag Bloodytooth for the Strigoi. That'd be amazing. We have way too much Von Karstein. Not Ushorin. No, Ushorin is a character that he is very cool. Don't get me wrong, but he has been heavily presumed dead for thousands of years, and just hasn't been. He just hasn't been important to the story. Gashnag would be fine as well. Gashnag would be cool if they wanted to like put a vampire in Bretonia, but yeah. Okay, let's have them start focusing that catapult. Knights! Kind of wish Malabad was more of a figure. Dude, I know. I know. It just keeps adding up. God, I want Malabad so bad. I love Malabad. He's one of the coolest characters. My biggest disappointment with Malabad was that in the end times they just turned him into like a generic evil vampire. Like he wasn't a fully generic vampire, but he was basically a fully generic vampire. And I was so disappointed when they did that to his character. Like, I loved him so much more as like a Bretonian who figured out what the Lady of the Lake actually is. And he like was so enraged by it that he was willing to even fight his own father to like free the Bretonian people from her influence. And like, but he gets so desperate to do it, it turns him evil. Like, that is such a cooler storyline than what they ended up doing to him in the end times. And that was his original storyline too. Like, his original storyline, he was more like someone who had good intentions to free, you know, all of his people from a lie, but in order to accomplish it, you know, he turned to like the Black Grail and other nefarious evils in his desperation to fight against a god. And that, I love that storyline, but unfortunately the end times kind of dumped all over that. Malabad was a vampire only in the end times. He got turned into a vampire, well, right before the end times. But he was turned into a vampire leading into the end times by Archon the Black, because Archon basically manipulated him. Who is Malabad? If you're familiar with the story of King Arthur, Malabad is Warhammer's version of Mordred. Alright, so they're going after Snitch. God, he hurts. Good lord. Plus 60 armor! Kick his ass! Kick his ass! Kick his ass! Yeah! Down he goes. Yeah, that plus 60 armor was very helpful. Thank you. Good job. Good job, Prophetess. Thank you very, very much for your contribution to team ass beating. The Lady of the Lake is evil? I wouldn't say she's evil. It's more of that she has a very warped idea of what humanity's purpose is. Because you have to remember that the Lady of the Lake is not what she says she is. She is in reality the elven goddess Ladriel, who is also not who she says she is. She is the elven goddess Lilith, who is one of the most powerful gods in Warhammer Fantasy. Because she's the only god that could convincingly pull off that many disguises. Like, not even the elves knew that Lilith and Ladriel are the same entity. Despite the fact that it is their god. They didn't even know that. Like, she was all about hiding the truth from people. But, up until the end times, despite the fact that Lilith was an elven goddess, she was always looking out for Bretonia. Like, she was always doing her damnedest to protect Bretonia from all sorts of horrible evils. And she even protected them against Athel Loren multiple times, which was awesome. Like, I love that about the Lady of the Lake. Like, even if in reality she is Lilith, she threw fists with the, like, she threw hands with the elven gods on multiple occasions to protect Bretonia from them, which I love. In the end times, they kind of turned her into a little bit too much of like a mustache-twirling villain, but I have a theory about that I'll be making a video about in the future. Was she really called Ladriel? Yes, but it wasn't spelled like that. It was like, I think it was Ladrielle. Okay, so let's get rid of some more Knights Errant, because I don't need quite that many. I do want to have more of a peasant-focused army than a knight-focused army with Repanse, because it just feels more suited. Might get some spears with shields. Could be good versus old angry boys over there in Tomb King lands. My theory is that the end times are badly written. Oh my god. In Condemn, I've never thought of that. That is the most revolutionary take I've ever heard. Truly, you're a pioneer among men. Yeah, the end times are kind of a mess. It is not a huge secret. As unfortunate as it is. You need foot squires? I know, I'm working on it. I'm working on it right now. Let's get that. Oh, yeah. I promised you I would do that. Oh, sorry, no, you can't change Henry's name. See? There's no rename. He's a special character, so you can't rename him. I tried! Okay, the Sorcerer Island should be safe until I get there. I really need to start filling out this chick's army, but I keep March stancing her because I'm a goober. Is it known why she protected Bretonia against the elves? The big thing, hold on. Dosik, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. Malabad is the story of the greatest evil being born of good intentions. God, I love that fall from grace storyline. Oh yeah, absolutely. Same thing for Malekith. That's why I actually really like Malekith as a character. Like, a lot of people, Malekith, it's easy to make fun of Malekith, but he really does have an actually very well-written story that's genuinely heartbreaking, if you, like, care at all about the character. Or about, like, if you care about, like, the relationship between the elves and the dwarves, or, like, any of that, it is genuinely heartbreaking reading about, what happened to Malekith and, like, his descent into, essentially, madness.
What is your behest? It shall come to pass.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely get a Lionheart. Since we can't get Lewin in this campaign anyway. How are we doing on peasants? Pretty good. Start picking up some more stuff. Start working on that. Actually, let's get Kings of the Mountains. Diplomacy. Start working our way towards getting the dwarves to be good bros. What's my favorite lord and my favorite faction by lore? 10 and 1 from the Lizardmen. Archon, I don't know if you know about this, bro, but this is kind of a bad matchup for you, my dude.
Have heart.
I mean, I'll fight you just for the fun of it, but, yeah, it's not... Alright, Archon. But yeah, no, 10 and 1, the Prophet of Sotek is hands down my favorite character. Like, it is not even a contest for me.
Ready for battle.
Actually, you know what? Let's have the peasants hold, like, the sandbank.
Yes.
And then my knights will take the, actual bridge. You can ride out ahead. You two can lead us across. I heard that tip. I'll check it in just a hot second. I thought Archon was smart. Well. Well. Let's see. Lord Poppenquee. Thanks for the tip, my dude. Thanks for doing this campaign. One of my favorite regions of Warhammer, specifically the Southlands on the background rent stuff. Dude, I feel that. Yeah, one thing that is, unfortunately not super well known about Warhammer 8th edition, or 7th edition, was also the case in 8th edition. But one of the biggest weaknesses of 7th edition in particular that was a bummer was that 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy stopped paying attention to the wider world. It started trying to laser focus in on the old world, which I think was a mistake from a lore perspective. So, like, you know, in 6th edition back for the Lizardmen, it was all about, like, all of the Lizardmen. So we learned about the Dragon Isles and the Southlands Lizardmen and the Lestrian Lizardmen. Whereas in 7th edition forward, they kind of abandoned those plot lines and were like, oh yeah, they happened, but we don't, like, we've lost contact with them, and they were only hyper-focused in on Lestria. You know, kind of the same thing with the Vampire Counts book. The Vampire Counts books in older editions tended to be more about all vampires, but the later in the editions you got, it became more and more laser focused on only the von Karsteins, which was kind of a bummer. It's a shame that they did that. K1S, thanks for the tip, my dude. Are the Lost Sons of Bretonnia canon or not? Are you talking about, like, the boys that the Fey Enchantress takes? They don't come back, if that's who you're asking about. Like, there's no actual lore unit based off of them that I'm aware of. There's one book I would need to, like, quadruple check, but I am fairly certain. Wait, what am I doing? No. Let them come to us. Let them come to us. Get some pot shots in here. But no, I don't believe the Sons of Bretonnia are canon. I would need to double check it, but I feel vaguely confident about that. Can I tell you how to pronounce it? He says Tehenuin, and some people say 10 and 1. Which one's correct? So, technically, Friedrich, they're both correct. originally, 10 and 1's name is a pun. It's a pun off 10 and 1. Because Games Workshop was really, really goofy with their Lizardman naming conventions. So, like, you know, you have Lord Croak, who is a frog that croaked. And you have Tic-Tac-Toe. But 10 and 1, when Creative Assembly... I actually talked to them about this the last time I was in England. Or not the last time, but when I was there for The Prophet and the Warlock. But when they decided to do, you know, when they were like, okay, we're going to do 10 and 1, they wanted to try and reduce the jokes on the character a little bit and make him a little more authentic. And so one of the big things they did is that, A, they decided for his voice acting, to go more with a Native American angle as opposed to a South American angle. And one of the things they also did was that when they, I don't know who the voice actor was, but when they had the voice actor like going for the name and stuff, they decided to make it sound more like an actual Lizardman name. So they went with Tehinawin, which sounds more accurate to what it would probably actually be if the Lizardman were to say the name. So it was a conscious decision to have it changed to sounding a little bit more realistic. Which makes sense. I thought that was a nice change. Knights! Into them! Repanse, get in there! Okay, let's turn that off. Get back here. Lance formation! Are Lich Priests better at magic than Wizards of the Empire? No, they're different, but one's not better than the other. They're very distinct styles of magic, but neither is like inherently more powerful than the other. Get in there, Repanse! Get in there! My computer's like, there's so many particle effects. Where are you? Are you in the front line? There you are. Suck on this! Boom! You stand alone, Lich King. I love just big, disgusting melees like this. This stuff is my bread and butter, dude. Get over there and support the peasantry.
Take the ground!
Knights! Pull back! Oh yeah, screw those Ushabti. Fall back! Fall back!
Knights errant! Understood! Bound by honor! We obey! Ready for battle! Knights errant! On! Glory awaits!
I move!
Ready! On to glory!
Into them! Kick his ass, Henry! Haha, Florian. That's awesome. If only I had a Vortex spell. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Come on, Repanse. Come here. Come here. Come here. Go support Henry.
No hesitation.
Okay, never mind. Henry's like, I don't need your help. I don't need your charity.
It is finished.
Trying to get her really stuck in So then I can do this. Boom! He moved his whole army through a gate 1 frame in a second. It's awesome. I love this game, but yeah, if you have a large enough army, boy howdy does it eat frames like it's starving. Knights, fall back! Repanse and Henry should be able to tank that without too much issue. We're going to the other flank, They got that easy. Oh, I've got like this huge peasant unit just standing here. I'm good at Vinci games. Repanse is pretty hot. Well, I mean, whatever floats your boat, my dude. Hey, Split Shadows. Thanks, my dude. What's my most favorite moment in Realm Slayer 1 and 2 and Ghoul Slayer? In every book, I would say my favorite moment in Realm Slayer... my favorite moment in Realm Slayer is easily when Gotrek picks up that like Anvil of Doom that the Fire Slayers have. So he like picks up the entire Anvil of Doom, which should have been physically impossible, and just like throws it at what's her face, the elf assassin character. That part, I was rolling at that part. It was so funny. And she is in a desert. Ah, Kiro. Ah. Ah. Why are you the way that you are? Henry, let's get your training. I want Henry singing, we need to get Henry's training maxed out so he can like sing Let's Get Down to Business at max volume while we're charging across the desert.
In the lady's name.
Just have a Mulan montage, but it's Henry Le Massif singing, and it's just in like a super over-the-top, horrible French accent. Is La Macentel Abbey a special building in Total War? It's not currently, but it should be. Deserts can get viciously cold at night? They can. I've lived in a desert before. It was awful.
I await.
Sorceress. I have
Lead the way, sorceress.
As the lady wishes.
She's in the desert in plate armor? Well, that's why you need the protection of the lady, dude. The lady keeps you chill. Hey, Sotek, I read online that some blessed spawnings have gills. If that's true, how far can the alterations be for the different gods? So, blessed spawnings, lizardmen, have different markings and sometimes slightly exaggerated features to do that allows them to like perform special functions. I will say though, I don't recall hearing about blessed spawnings actually granting gills. The only blessed spawning that would do that would be the blessed spawning of Zunki, which it did make you aquatic back in 6th edition, but I can't remember if that's because they had gills or if it was some other shenanigan. I would have to go look, but I don't recall there being gills involved. So I would say that blessed spawnings generally would not result in gills, but blessed spawnings can make like a Saurus have like webbed appendages, and their tail might spawn so they're able to move through water at like freakishly fast rates. And their spawning color may change so that they have like vague camouflage when they're in water. Usually a blessed spawning will result in like more of mannerisms, along with their crest being a unique color. Not Tanuki! Not Tanuki! Zuki! Great Book of Grudges spelled it correctly. Tanuki.
Orders, my lord! Spearmen at arms!
That just makes me think about Tom Nook. The debt. The debt.
Battle ready!
When they come in range, you unleash hell.
Ready for orders!
Let's actually put these guys up on the wall. So we're probably gonna need them up there.
Hold steady!
You come over here.
Ready!
Actually, two of you come over here.
Spearmen,
Actually, wait, no. The knights can hold it. So just one unit's fine.
take the ground! On duty!
Where is their king? I think he's this ballpark. I have a suspicion that one's gonna dock over here, so let's move a bit. Good night, Marinelle. Have a great day. What's the best trait for a Bretonnian Lord? Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look at a list of them. Regular peasant bowman, yuck. Yeah, they're not as cool as the fire version. But look at them, man. They're trying their hearts out. I mean, what more could you really ask of a peasant?
Orders for the king!
Has there ever been an assassin as good as Lurklocks? There has been assassins as good as Lurklocks in, like, other races. I mean, Deathmaster Snitch is definitely up there. Deathmaster Snitch was an assassin who was easily good enough that he should have been turned into a Vermin Lord during the end times, in my opinion. Or at least in the aftermath of the end times. As for like who is as good as him, Urian Poison Blade, Shadow Blade, Dark Elf assassins I think tend to be better than Skaven assassins when it comes to like skill. Though I think that Skaven assassins tend to be better at stealth than Dark Elf assassins.
For the lady! Infantry!
Dude, these foot squires are going to reap a horrific tally.
We serve the king!
Alright, let's get these bowmen off the walls.
Serve and obey! My lord! Stay in put!
In a fun kids game, you'd have raccoon loan sharks.
Loyal and true! Yes!
Well, at least he's not a true loan shark. Like, Tom Nook's not gonna like break your freaking legs for like not paying him. As hilarious of a feature as that would be. Hex rates are gonna be a problem. Nah, we'll just ignore the hex rates. We'll just ignore them and then they'll die from army losses.
Ready for battle! We serve our liege! Your command! For the lady! Spearmen at arms!
Ooh, I don't like those Ushabti though. They're halfway dead though, so we might just we might just wait it out while the peasants hold the line there. Go peasants, die for me. The peasants kind of remind me of the Zap Brannigan clip where he's talking about them fighting the automatons, where he just keeps throwing so many of his men at them that they finally like end up dying because they like have a maximum kill count. That's what we're gonna do with you, Shavti here. We're just gonna throw peasants at them and just wait for them to die off. Did Neferata ever have a model, or was she only a background character? Neferata had two models. Neferata had a model back in like 6th edition, I think. That's an older model, and then she got a new model in the end times. But Neferata is a very well documented character, at least appearance-wise. Okay.
Smite them!
Charge! Who's the biggest egomaniac in Warhammer Fantasy? The biggest egomaniac is probably Sigvald the Magnificent. But if it's not Sigvald, it would definitely be Thanquol. Thanquol is a... Or, maybe... I don't know. Thanquol and Queek Headtaker are pretty neck and neck for, like, thinking they're legit, like, the shit. Nagash is also pretty arrogant, you know. Drown them in peasant blood. Their one true weakness. Filthy peasants.
Quick now!
We will drown them in the dirty, unwashed bodies of our lower class. Not even the undead can stand against it. Oh yeah, Cetra. Cetra is very arrogant. That's also very true. Granted, I think Cetra earned it. But that's just this man's personal opinion. Conrad? Conrad was more just crazy. I wouldn't say he was like an egomaniac, though. Conrad was just kind of violently insane.
Get out of here!
If you could get Vermin Lords as lords, why the hell would you recruit Graciers or Warlords? If they do it right, I don't honestly think I don't think the Vermin Lords are going to be lords. I think they're just going to be monsters. Because the thing in tabletop was that you would almost never take a Vermin Lord as your general. It was more of they would force you... They forced the Vermin Lords to come out of your points allotments for lords. That way you could not just take like a bunch of powerful characters and a Vermin Lord. So it wasn't that they were meant to be like the leaders of your army. It was more that they were meant to take away from your character allotment points. So you couldn't just like... You couldn't just cheese the game. It was a balance thing. Teclis is kind of a prick too. Yeah, I mean Teclis. The funny thing about Teclis is I will go to bat for Teclis to say that when it comes to the elves, Teclis is the least arrogant of the high elves. Now, granted, he is still one of the most arrogant people in Warhammer Fantasy, but I would say he's at the bottom when it comes to high elves. Dwarves have a pretty huge ego. Dwarves, I think, tend to be more, like, very, very stubborn and set in their ways as opposed to, like, purely arrogant. But... Teclis gave the Empire magic, he gets a pass. I mean, Teclis is one of the only high elves. Teclis is one of the only high elves who has any faith whatsoever in the younger races. Like Teclis, when Teclis looks at humanity, he says to himself, "Okay, obviously they have a lot of problems, but we need them." Whereas when other elves look at humanity, they are much more of the opinion of, oh look, the dirty apes that used to live in those caves that have squatted in all of our former settlements are like acting like people. They think they're people.
Devotee of the lady. My lady calls.
Calling Dawi stubborn, that goes in the book. Nah, dude. I think even the dwarves acknowledge that they're stubborn. I'll just auto-resolve this. The dwarves are as stubborn and unyielding as the mountains themselves. Hey, Sotek, is there any way to prevent mutations in a child? Like of a pregnant mother prayed enough to Sigmar or something. Oh, we got Savior on Repanse. Oh, dude, look how good that is on Bretonia. Oh my god, I love that trait. Oh, charge bonus and speed bonus. Mwah. That is just the sexiest thing ever. Hippogriff! Man, he gets Hippogriff at such a low level. 14? My god, Henry. What a Chad.
Move together.
Prophetess.
Get your magical booty over here. We gotta support our bros.
For Bretonia, for the lady!
I'm just gonna yoink that talisman of preservation. Yeah, we'll give you the feather foe torque. Awesome. Okay, so this. Oh god, freaking snitch, dude.
We have met before.
Yeah, you need to hide in the
I
back.
have seen the work.
No, Gracie, never wrong.
Man, I'm super nervous they're just gonna attack my wizard.
Impossible.
Can she get out of range? I think she can if I go this way.
My steps are guided.
I don't know if she can get away from Snitch back there, but she'll hopefully be safe. Okay, let's go ahead and get a damsel. Awesome, we can get a pretty powerful one too. See, for Repanse's army, I think I'm gonna go Heavens. Ooh, Strider, that's nice. Alright, let's get you a Warhorse, Harmonic Convergence, Wind Blast, and Curse of the Midnight Wind. And then for your vow... Oh, right, they don't have vows on damsels. I forgot. That's okay. Look at all this garbage. Give me the Forbidden Rod, though. I'll take that. Oh, we gotta get Henry his new vow, don't we? Oh, no, he's still waiting for a Desert Siege. Dang it. Okay. That's alright. Who could be the new Tomb King Lord if CA puts in another, and why? A new Tomb King Lord? Oh, dang it.
Fall back!
Let's scoot back.
Back! Back!
Can I get to my wizard? Oh, no, you're going the wrong way! Well, rip wizard. Damn it. You're gonna pay for that, you little rat. Well, good thing I took her item away. No country for dead men. Dude, Repanse has so many, like, awesome, unique, events. The other Bretonian character should be Jelly. Alright, well, let's get a new, Prophetess, then. God, these traits suck. I'll wait, I'll wait.
Yes.
Isn't there a scorpion dude for the Tomb Kings in the lore, but not in the game? A scorpion dude. Not that I can remember. A scorpion?
May the lady guide
I don't
you.
think so. Because the only Tomb King characters we're missing are... we're missing Prince Apophis. We're missing... Oh, they could do the Necrotech Lord. Then I think the Necrotech would be pretty cool. Ramhotep the Visionary. Ramhotep the Visionary, I think. If they did another Tomb King Lord, I would go with Ramhotep. Ramhotep would be awesome. He's a very, very cool character. He's basically just, like, the most angry... Like, imagine if, he's basically, like, the best architect that ever existed in, Nehekara, and he also created, like, all of the best constructs to ever exist. But when he, when Ramhotep the Visionary was resurrected, it was actually pretty funny because he was so unfathomably angry at the fact that, like, all of his grand designs had just worn down over the years, that he, like, declared war on all of life and existence for ruining his stuff. He's, like, super pissed about it. He's adorable. But yeah, I would go with Ramhotep the Visionary. If they ever gave us Prince Apophis, I would want Prince Apophis as a hero, not a lord. Hoping Nagash will get his own faction. If Nagash is in the game, I would be really surprised if he's not like a new race. Like, he would probably just be called like Undead Legions and would have a whole bunch of crazy gimmicks. What do you have to do to become an Ironbreaker, and how are they viewed by Dwarven society? To become an Ironbreaker, your life very, very heavily revolves around the concept of, like, you have to prove yourself as one of the best. Like, you essentially have to be a master combatant and prove beyond a reasonable doubt, by dwarf standards, that you can handle being by yourself in the tunnels for days, if not weeks on end, fighting against unfathomable horrors and endless Skaven legions until reinforcements arrive. It's a big deal. Being an Ironbreaker is an immense honor. Probably the only career that is as well honored and difficult as being a Ironbreaker would be a hammer, because hammers are responsible for protecting, like, the kings and thanes and lords of the Dwarven realms, which, you know, obviously is kind of a big deal. Henry, Repanse, kill Snitch. Henry, go get that engineer. Repanse has got Snitch handled. Come here, you little jerk.
Your orders? To arms! Immediately! Knights of Bretonnia!
Deploy wide. Let's ride. God, I hate Warp Lightning. It's such an unfairly good spell for how low level it is. Watch her get assassinated by Snitch? Nah, she's got this, dude. She's got magic damage, so she's cutting through Snitch's physical resistance like it's made out of butter. Not butter, butter. And she's got 37% ward save right now, which is just, like, that's like big cojones energy. After them! Do I think they should add factions like Tilia, Estalia, and Araby? I do. Personally, I want to see a faction release called the Dogs of War or the Southern Realms. And the way I would propose that it works is I would propose that the way the Southern Realms race should work is that it should be a combined roster featuring featuring all different units from Tilia, Estalia, the Border Princes, and Araby. And the 4 starter lords should be 1 lord from each of those races. Great Book of Grudges. That is a pretty neat character. I feel like that would be a cooler, like, Regiment of Renown idea than a, like, regular lord. Where would they put Araby? Squeeze them in somewhere. I don't know. They'd have to move stuff around. I'm sure they could manage. But yeah, that would be my ideal. That way you could have like the cool artillery and siege power of Tilia, like the awesome economy and like the all the neat Spanish themed stuff from Estalia, and you could also have like the heavy cav and monsters from Araby, and then the border princes would give you like your political schemes and all that other stuff. I don't know, you'd have to work at it, but I could see it working.
We have seized the day.
Remove the Orgos? Well, once Archon's dead, they'll
The
join
lady
up with me.
brought us victory. Yes.
Is there a prophetess that just doesn't suck? Intelligence pretty okay. Phlegmatic. Gah, you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get rid of this one. Sorry, hun. And I'm gonna pick up a life wizard for Repanse's army. And then I will get a Heaven's Lord. That'll work for me. Okay, you're probably not going to get a ton of fights in right now, so let's do Pledge to Knowledge. Like Estalia gets Conquistadors? Yeah, something like that. What characters would I add as legendary heroes? You would have, like, literally an unlimited amount of options. So you could go however you wanted.
She speaks, I listen.
Blessed Knowledge or Blessed People? I'm doing great on money, so I will take Blessed Knowledge. The Redhorn tribe is destroyed. Neat.
In the lady's name.
A rebellion. Alright, let's pop into a... not that. Encampment stance. Let's give you your full training.
What is your behest?
Haul your little booty down here. Max tier garrison at Al Hike.
I see much.
Gotta wait for this stupid siege to end. Focus on our lands, focus on war. Let's do focus on war. Yay! Plus relations with the dwarves. I love it. Alright, let's go... let's get improved trade vessels since we've got the finances.
De Leon.
The laws of chivalry demand I hear you.
Dude, could you hurry up and take the city? My god, man. It's not rocket science. Level 5! Oh, baby. Oh, baby! Talk sweet to me. Alright, let's start working on tides for the moment. Do I think CA will make race packs after the release of Game 3? Absolutely, 100%. Nick DeBoer, do you think some regions on the map should have more or fewer settlements? Never fewer, always more. Never fewer, always more. Yeah. I will never have a problem with there being more. I will always have an issue with there being less. If that makes sense.
Tomb kings. Fragile and weak.
Alright. We need to deal with this bozo.
As you say, the lady is watching.
Come here, you rat bastard. Boilrin? Ooh, I would very much like either of those items you're carrying, my dude.
Now, to
This
battle.
donation to the lady would be very appreciated. I don't think they make Araby anymore. No, Araby stopped being made a super long time ago. Araby was really only playable in a side game called War Masters, which that's very old.
We serve the king.
But I think there would be I think there are very cool, respectable ways that they could do Araby in the modern world. I think that I worry a little bit that Creative Assembly and Friends might, or Games Workshop rather, look at Araby and they're like, oh, those, like, there are a lot of people that would maybe be really upset if we were to interpret this. But I think as long as they were, like, careful about it and made sure to have, like, appropriate reference, like, people who they consult from, like, the proper cultures of all the different cultures that would mix and match to make Araby, I think they could make something really cool and respectful out of it that the, people from those parts of the world would really, really enjoy. I mean, I just like seeing different mythos interpreted for fantasy. I just think that's one of the coolest things that Warhammer has going for it. Time to splat the rat! Do I think that some regions need more settlements? I assume you mean provinces. Yeah, there's a couple in the Southlands I think could use some more lovin'. But I'd have to, like, sit down and actually consult some maps and double check, like, what settlements I really, really would want to see and other stuff like that. You can go after that assassin. Henry's just like, no wizards allowed. Be gone. Oh god! Oh god! I didn't attack move! Oh god!
Yes, my lord! Righteous fury! For the king! It shall be done! To victory! Cut them down! Hero of Bretonia!
Oh, Scrollstone hurts!
Paladin of Bretonia!
Go away! God, stupid rats.
Divine fury!
Battle ready!
Repanse just, like, punted that assassin like he was made out of sack of clay. What? Sack of clay? Sack of, feathers. There we go. That's a much better analogy. Would I like to see a mercenary system? Yes. I would very much like to see, like, a mercenary system implemented in the game at some point. And they mass break like the cowardly little fools they are. Do I think Repanse should have access to a hippogriff? No. I think Repanse is just fine the way she is. Giving her Henry, I think, was a very, very clever way to give her access to a hippogriff in her army without requiring you to lug around multiple characters, and I think it was perfectly done and doesn't need to be messed with. Any regiments of renown you wish are in the game? Yes, like an infinite number. I don't have any, like, right now off the super duper top of my head. Alright, that's all the leadership dealt with, he says, as the assassin rallies. Do Araby still have a trade agreement with Bretonia, the Empire, and the Southern Realms? In the modern day, yeah. Araby has a fairly good relationship with the Western nations. Like, they don't... They're not like mustache twirling bad guys. The only time Araby was like the villain was during the Great Crusades, and that was because Sultan Jafar got manipulated by Tzeentch demons in a bid for power. What happened to Repanse? She died of old age after being made the Duke of Linus. Duchess. Whatever you want to call it. Changer of Ways. Thanks for the tip, my dude. What do the Beastmen think of the other beast-like creatures, such as Skinwolf, Skaven, and Dragon Ogres? Also, is Ulthuan supposed to be like Atlantis? Yes, Ulthuan is Atlantis, basically. What do the Beastmen think of the other beast-like creatures? They find most of them to be like imitators, or they really don't like them. Beastmen have a very strict hierarchy on like what is a Beastman and what isn't. Ah, we stole his Talisman of Preservation. I love it.
Freedom can move together.
So good. So good. Look at all the... I can't hold all these talismans and preservations.
The lady calls me, as the lady wishes.
Let's go... Let's start working on making our peasants, like, actually good.
What would you have of me?
But yeah, the beastmen, like, beastmen really do not like anything that turns into a man, like skin changers. They are not gonna find friends in the beastmen. The beastmen would very happily and eagerly like rip them limb from limb. It would not be a good time.
This victory is just one step.
Thank you. I will take those Knights of the Lionhearted.
We have seized the day.
Dragon ogres though are actually liked by the beastmen. Dragon ogres have like a relationship with the beastmen because they're pseudo considered part of the Beasts of Chaos. Depending on they got moved into the warriors roster, but whether they're a warrior unit or a beastman unit has always changed from edition to edition. Same thing for so like there are units that could be in multiple rosters. Dragon ogres, chaos spawn, chaos trolls. Those are all units that can either be with the Warriors of Chaos or the Beastmen of Chaos. It just depends. And then we have another tip I missed earlier, sorry, from Daniel Martin. Seeing as how the Dark Gods are fed off excess, would excessive violence in the name of Sigmar or Grimnir feed Khorne, or excessive pleasure in the name of, say, an Elven Goddess of Pleasure feed Slaanesh, knowledge for Hoeth feeds Tzeentch, etc.? Yes! That's actually one of the really complicated things about the Gods of Chaos, is that they draw power from all sources. So even if your goal is to stop and defeat Khorne, for instance, so like you're battling against the demons of Khorne and you're slaying them and you're having all these epic confrontations with the demons and you're casting them down, even while you're fighting against them and stopping them, you're still feeding those same deities. You know, every time you heavily invest or cast magic or focus on knowledge or empowering Tzeentch, every time that you're like advocating or like putting a lot of effort into immense forms of growth, you're empowering Nurgle. Granted, they don't feed as well off of it if it's not dedicated to them, but like if the world is consumed in a massive amount of violence, Khorne is going to be getting more powerful constantly. And it just goes on and on and on and on. How did I lose 2 units and I'm like the last person to show up here? Lame. Alright, he took it, so I think that's gonna make it give me the... Oh no, it aborted the mission? Shoot. Okay, so I've got to confederate him the normal way. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Okay, we'll get Bretonnian diplomacy then.
As you order.
Dang. Yeah, I needed to do it myself. That's a bummer. Lame sauce.
Ah, yes. I require your...
Welcome, friends. Let's hope we...
That's fine. We'll just keep working at it.
Protector of the realm.
Okay.
With purpose.
Let's ride. At least I think that's the one we need, right? Yeah. That's a bummer.
The lady's blessing flows in us.
You suck, Knights of the Flame. How strong are the Beastmen tribes? Beastmen are terrifyingly strong. One of the only real weaknesses of the Beastmen is that they are frequently infighting, like most evil chaos races. Whoa, I could get a really powerful damsel. Sorry, babe. I keep killing my damsels because I keep getting better ones. How long does that last? 10 turns? This will take me 7 turns to get a max tier cathedral. Alright, yeah, we'll wait. Oh, wait, no. This doesn't... No, okay, that doesn't make the damsel any stronger. Okay, so let's go ahead then and get another new damsel. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm sorry. Fleet-footed. There we go. Level 9 right out the gate. Awesome. So I can just not put her on a horse yet. And she can pick up a... she can pick up a unicorn almost right away. So that's great news.
Shall we?
That being said, while the Beastmen are extremely powerful, they're also hilariously disorganized. I'm not going to be able to get across that river, am I? That's fine. Oh, now I can.
Your behest?
Yes, ready. Time to march. Taking up positions.
Yeah, just stand there. Thank you.
What is your behest? Devotee of the lady.
Okay, let's start working on a new lord. Oh, Virtue of the Penitent, 5% ward save. It's pretty sexy.
My reputation precedes me.
You are going to be very knight-centric, I think.
My reputation precedes me.
For Val, let's do... Whenever a building completes construction, I'll get 2 right away. Yeah, sure.
You know who I am.
That'll work. You're about to finish a ton of buildings here. Boop. Pledge to order.
Your word.
If CA were to add a dwarf faction to the Vortex, is there a fitting lord to add? Yes! Yes, there is! You take Thoric Ironbrow and you slap him right down in Carrick Zorn. Because Thoric Ironbrow was obsessed with trying to find out where all of the ancestor gods were and what happened to them. And that's literally the very first Dwarven city where you would find all of the answers you needed about the ancestor gods. So there is no doubt in my mind that Thoric Ironbrow would go there and try and find the truth. But yeah, he should... it bothers me so much that we got Dark Elves versus Skaven and not Dwarves versus Skaven. That was one of the biggest, like, are you kidding me? Like, moments I have had with this game in a really long time. And I like, oh man, yeah. I like, that is like one of the very few conversations I've had with my buddies over at, in England. The last time I had a chance to talk to any of them was me just being like, it was like, it was right there. It was right there. Like, oh my god, that's so obvious. Why would you not do that? And they're just like, oh, sorry. It's like, oh my god, you're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls. You had one job.
I am gifted.
Lord and hero.
And we'll give you some peasants. Just because I don't think I can afford to run like a complete Knight Legion yet.
Just one step.
Like, don't get me wrong, Malice versus Snitch was pretty good, but it wasn't, narratively, it was a stretch.
I see you. Wipe them out.
Like, I feel like Creative Assembly was like in a room, and someone was like, alright, so we definitely want to do, Skaven, we definitely want to do Dark Elves, and we just did Empire versus, Lizardmen, so what should our next DLC be? And someone was like, you know what I think of when I think the ultimate enemy of the Skaven? And everybody was like, yeah? And he's like, Dark Elves. And it bothers me so much that no one in that room was like, I'm sorry, what?
I require your all.
Oh, I'm sure I am absolutely sure we will see a Clan Molder DLC at some point. I don't know when. It might not be until Game 3, but I am sure we'll see Clan Molder event one day. Alright. You might actually get left back here
My sight is yours. Devotee of the
to
Lady.
deal with the Sorcerer Isles, because they're probably going to start rebelling against me soon. Yeah, military crackdown is 7. So that is definitely going to turn into a problem. Port. Cathedral of the Lady. Let's get a stables. And then I think for the last thing here, we're going to go smithy. What do the Skaven and Dark Elves think of each other? They're not friends, but they're not enemies. They don't bump into each other a whole lot. And they're both also, like, hilariously famous backstabber factions. So I think they have enough of a similarity that they recognize that they have a similarity, for better or worse. If that makes sense. Oh, the Wizard Palace got destroyed.
See us.
I wish I had... Oh, no, my game loaded. How'd that happen? Wow, that's gonna cost me like a whole 45 seconds. Dang, this game is so buggy sometimes. What's Mor's realm like? The realm of Mor is noted as being like basically an eternal realm of just quiet gray peace. So it's like a realm of gray fog that if you enter it, you're just eternally at rest.
The Leoness! For Britannia!
Is the Belagar Ironhammer campaign Hobbit inspired? No, I would classify that under not really.
I shall go.
The Warhammer fantasy storyline that essentially follows the Hobbit is the journey / epic involving Carrick Asgal. Which Carrick Asgal was, gosh dang it. Of course, the one time I'm like, oh, I'll just, come over here and do a little thing. The Wizard Palace survives being attacked by the Skaven. Oh my god.
Repanse de Leon!
I hate everything.
Your coming was foretold.
You're staying there. Repanse, what am I going to do with you, hun? Wait, do I need a smithy? No, I don't. Okay, in that case, let's do a carpenter's workshop. Because that also makes construction here cheaper.
At once.
Here, let's get a little closer here and see
As
if
the
I
lady
can...
wishes.
Yeah, no, he definitely defeated... Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, that's a decent amount of rats.
I require your oil.
Don't mind me. Y'all just carry on. I'm just
I see you.
I'm just watching from a distance. You
Blessings of the
ride
Lady be
to fear it. Oh wait, no. We have a cathedral here. So no, just stay there and pray so you can get that trait. Do Bretonians believe in more? Yes. Bretonians share the exact same pantheon as the Empire. The only difference is they do not worship Ulrich, Myrmidia, or Sigmar. They instead have the Lady.
The sun pours down on us.
Welcome to fair Britonia.
Confederate with me. Yes, good. All right, that takes care of that issue. What you got there? Sword of Bloodshed? Ooh. You're fired for now, but we'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Protector of the realm.
So are you. Bye.
The lady calls me.
Do you know who I am?
So are you. Wait, what do you got there? Sword of Strife? Yoink.
For Britonia.
To the Wizard Callus Palace!
Lord,
Thanks, bye. Okay, you just got that trait I wanted you to get. So now let's focus on maybe a Grail Relic and some halberds. That'll work. Really want to get my paladins as powerful as possible. Wow, look at that. Heroic duties, +5 to Lord and just everything. So yeah, let's start working on that. Well... Okay, let's take it one bit at a time. How about that? So let's do Code of Conduct first.
In the lady's name.
Alright, so... Yeah, we're gonna focus this place on farming, so I'm cool with this design. Though it's missing a lot, but that's okay. I can get actual good peasant archers now. Praise be. What happens to a Grail Knight's soul when they die? So, what happens to a Grail Knight in particular, or anybody that worships the lady? Well, no, that's not true. It's almost exclusively Grail Knights. Basically, what was revealed is, like, the big thing is that, Grail Knights' whole big thing is that they are all of, when they die, their souls are basically taken by the lady, because they dedicated all that they are to her. And she took their souls and basically used them to... Oh, we got the blessing of the lady. Nice. She basically used them as guardians for, like, an other realm. So, the lady, Lilith, had been very, very, very busy trying to kind of create her own pocket dimension, essentially. And in order to keep it safe from the predations of chaos especially...
Preserve yourself!
Now oh wait, I have to fight it, unless I want to lose the blessing. She basically focused on using all of the souls of those she found virtuous enough, aka the Grail Knights, to guard that realm from the dark gods and other sinister creatures out there. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to have worked, but that's kind of a conflicting storyline. It's a little complicated, but we'll kind of see where it goes. Because one of the big things leading into Age of Sigmar was that all of Bretonia's greatest champions, their souls had basically been given to Lilith, and she used them as guardians for that pocket dimension. And that was like a big deal, that whole pocket dimension. It was literally... That pocket dimension is literally the entire running storyline between Book 4, which is Cain... Or, sorry, Book 3, which is Cain, and Book 5, which is Archaon. So it's like, that's what the elves have been up to, is Lilith's whole scheme to do with the pocket dimension. But then in Book 5, Games Workshop was like, oh, and then the, and then she tells Bretonia about this pocket dimension, because Bretonia finds out who Lilith is. They realize that she's the Lady of the Lake, and they're furious, right? Well, one of them finds out, and he's enraged, beyond enraged. And so he goes to tell all the other Bretonians, but the Lady of the Lake stops him, and she's like, or Lilith stops him, and she basically tells him about this pocket dimension, because she's saying, hey, like, you didn't die in vain. I wasn't manipulating you to, like, just be evil. I did this so that your lives would have a purpose, and that you wouldn't just be, like, pawns used by the dark gods, and you would live this, like, meaningless existence where you just get wiped out. You know, I did this so that, you know, you could serve a purpose. but obviously that's not what Bretonia wanted to hear. You know, that's a perspective that someone could technically argue from like a very, I feel like mature is the wrong word for it, but from like a very like, at the end, I did this for a good reason, even if you may not understand it now. But the way she said it was not great. Which she's an elf, so like it makes sense that to her she was trying to explain her logic. But it's a big personal theory of mine that Lilith basically went insane going into the end times, and that very much affected her decisions and her sanity. So like she probably honestly thought she was making sense. But the big thing was that, you know, she told him, so I've been using, you know, the souls of your dead, the souls of all of your greatest champions have been used to protect my world. But when she does that, when she reveals to the Bretonians what she's been up to, she doesn't realize that the entire time the conversation is being overheard by Be'lakor. Which Be'lakor is the first demon prince, and is like one of the scariest individuals in existence. So Be'lakor overhears this, and he's like, oh, that's a juicy morsel. And he attacks them because he tries to kill Lilith, but he fails because the Bretonian saves her against his own better judgment, but he just can't help himself. You know, even if he hates Lilith, he still like chooses to be a badass because Bretonians are just that badass. But when Be'lakor finds out about Lilith's little pocket dimension, apparently anything that he knows, the Dark Gods also know. Like, you know, because he's a demon. He's intrinsically bound to the very nature of the Dark Gods, and anything he knows, they know. You know, he can't scheme in the sense of he can't like do things that they're unaware of. The only schemes that Be'lakor can really do are the schemes that the Dark Gods allow Be'lakor to do. So when the Dark Gods realize that this pocket realm exists, it's not really clear what happens. Like, it seems like the author's intent was to say that the Dark Gods like attacked it, or like cut off Lilith from it. But whatever it was, somehow Lilith lost the ability to like sense this pocket dimension. So from her perspective, it was destroyed. And when it was destroyed, she kind of just lost all hope and basically kind of just goes super crazy. Until she suicides herself. It's the end times. It was all very messy. It doesn't make sense to me that the Bretonians would hate her just because she's an elf god. That's not why they hated her. The reason the Bretonians hated Lilith was because they realized that that the Lady of the Lake wasn't real. Essentially. That she was an elven god that basically manipulated their ancestors by pretending to be something else. And that she had been guiding and manipulating their politics, their beliefs, their everything for thousands of years. But like the biggest, which, oh yeah, Snitch is dead. That's awesome. But the biggest FU to them was finding out about the death. You know, the Bretonians believe that when you died, you went on to your proper afterlife. Like, you went on to where you were supposed to be. But the lady, trying to inspire them, basically goofed up by telling them, well, no, what actually happens to you is you're, like, taken to this other realm that I have, and you continue to serve me there. And what the Bretonians hear in that is they hear her say, no, even in death, I have complete dominion over your souls, and you will never know freedom, and even though everything I've ever told you is a lie, you're going to, like, you're my puppets. You will forever serve me, and even though I was never honest with you and I manipulated you to get what I wanted, there's no escape. And when the Bretonians realized that, they, looked at her and were basically like, I don't understand how you can fight the dark gods when you're just as bad. You know, like, you talk about how chaos is evil because they have all these puppets and, you know, or like they treat mankind like puppets and they're sinister and they lie and all this other stuff, but you're literally doing the exact same thing. And Leia's response is, no, it's not the same because I'm doing it for good reasons and they're doing it for bad reasons. To which the Bretonians counter-argue, no, you're doing it to protect the elves, but you don't give a shit about us. Oh, it's kind of dark in here, isn't it? Let me turn this light on. So, hopefully that makes a little more sense. Is there a lore reason for gold sickness? It's a flaw that the dwarves have on, like, a fundamental level of their nature. It's a very unfortunate flaw. Ah, dang it. Lashiek's another frickin' border. What can I put here that would actually be helpful? Oh, we could do a tap room. I could get rid of the one here. Yeah, that'll work.
The lady calls me.
I can get archers.
For Bretonia, for the lady.
That'll only get me up to 21, right?
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Yeah.
Repanse de Leon.
The dwarves are all mini gold members. Hey, we got the Green Knight. Oh, I can get Grail. Well, I could get Grail Guardians, but he doesn't have a Val yet, so it'd be kind of a bad decision. Okay, I need to save up money so I can get Livery, so he can get actually good units.
Repanse.
Repanse. So aggressively French, I love it. All right, let's get one more Poison Archer unit. Yes, yes. Are there any more legendary lords in Lower Bretonia? Dude, Bretonia has so many characters. So many characters that could be made into lords. It's, like, not even funny. I actually have a video on my channel right now that's called, I think it's called, like, DLC Proposals, Legendary Heroes, or something like that. Or Heroes of Legend. I would highly recommend going to watch that. I talk about Bretonia pretty extensively in it.
Well met, Knights of Bretonia, I suppose.
Alright, we've got our Dwarven Super Alliance going.
In the lady's name.
So now we ride out for the Tower of Archon the Black. Though I probably should pick up a field trebuchet before I get there. Probably gonna need it.
I crave cooler clothes.
Do you know who I am? Moving out.
Are there any legendary lords for the Wood Elves in Araby? The elves have a decent amount of Wood Elves have a decent amount of legendary lords, but they could literally show up anywhere. Like, there is no place that I would say they could not show up, as long as there's a forest. Not in Araby, but like down here, the jungle, the heart of the jungle province, which is the Orion's camp. They could easily put a character there. Because the Wood Elves are able to literally travel globally by using the world routes. Like, there's nowhere they can't not go, if that makes sense.
Blessings of the lady be upon you.
Okay, I really want to get up here so I can pick up some better troops. Jocko Boss, so it's worth noting that the gods in Warhammer Fantasy do not work exactly like the gods of 40k. If that's what you're referring to, I don't know if you're using the term warp entity like in the sense of a 40k, because in 40k we know gods as being in the warp, whereas in fantasy the dark gods are in the realm of chaos, but the other gods have like their own pocket dimensions and stuff. It's very messy. But what I would say is that the Lady of the Lake is a very complicated character because Games Workshop was very inconsistent on what her motivations are, and a lot of the things that she says in the end times do not match up with what she does before the end times. And I have a very big set of theories on that that I'm hoping to do a video about pretty soon, but I genuinely think it's too long-winded of a conversation to start in like right now, you know, and just like to go all in on it. It's something that I would need to like properly set up and talk about for like an hour. Lord Papaqui, thanks so much for the tip, my dude. What new dwarf units could they bring? Probably the best new units they could do for dwarves would be, off the top of my head, some really, really good ones would be rune golems, shard dragon. I love shard dragons. That's probably one of my favorite monsters in Warhammer Fantasy, and it would fit amazing in the dwarf roster. It would also finally give them a monster, which I think a lot of people would find super exciting. Dragon Slayers, which could either be a hero or like an elite unit. Demon Slayers, which could either be a lord or a hero. Goblin Hewers, a Goblin Hewer, which a Goblin Hewer is basically like a rapid-fire axe-throwing machine. It's very, very cool. And Thunder Barges, which Thunder Barges are giant dwarf zeppelins that have like entire artillery lines of organ guns on the sides, and they drop like giant swaths of bombs. They're super duper cool. Any of those I think would be very, very exciting additions. Hey, Loki311, thanks so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate the support. Hope you really enjoy the emotes, my dude. Okay, we need foot squires. I need battle pilgrims. Oh gosh. Sorry, wardens. Get a Grail Relic. And then I would like at least one Blessed Field Trebuchet. And then let's just keep going. I think for knights, since we're going to be having a mostly peasant army, I think the only knights we're going to take are going to be Grail Guardians. I think we'll go pure Grail Guardian. Which in light of that, could I do that and still afford... Oh, no, those are very cheap. Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah, peasant units are so much cheaper. Holy crap. And we might strip down another halberdier to afford another something.
It shall be so. Striking out.
We have met before.
Okay, you go to the Wizard Caliph Palace. Excuse me. How did the Empire manage to hide the existence of the Skaven after the Skaven Wars? So basically what happened after the war against the Skaven was that the Skaven launched a very nasty and clever campaign over like the entirety of a course of a human lifetime to essentially destroy any and all evidence that the Skaven existed. So they went from like place to place locating all of the locating any and all relics or like bodies or just any evidence whatsoever that existed of the Skaven and destroying or removing them. This was like one of the big things that Clan Eshin did. They also assassinated Emperor Mandred Skaven Slayer, who was the one that defeated them. They had him assassinated to cause the civil war in the Empire to strike back up again, because when Mandred died, nobody could, like, agree on who should be the next Emperor, which caused significant issues. And basically, they just played their cards really, really carefully to manipulate the Empire as best they could, and did other nasty little things. Probably one of the really, really famous things that they did was that they basically made secret allies within the Empire who were willing to betray their fellow men in exchange for, like, finances or power or money or whatever, what have you. And the Skaven used those men to basically not only delete all the records of the Skaven, but to change them. So all records of, like, the Skaven assaulting the Empire were changed to say, no, it wasn't that they were giant rat men, they were just beastmen. So it was just a big beastman invasion. And basically the Skaven did a beautifully wonderful executed campaign where they just expertly manipulated the Empire into thinking the war wasn't real and that it was something else. Is there a reason why nobody wants to know about the Skaven? Yes. So in the lore, the big reason that nobody talks about the Skaven, or the educated, in the Empire at least. So the reason the Empire has a strict policy of pretending that the Skaven don't exist, and they will actively hunt down and kill people who claim that they do exist, is the idea behind it is that there are people in the Empire who are very, very powerful. And they genuinely believe that if the people of the Empire were to find out that there was an entire super race of humanoid rats that lived beneath their feet and were capable and had the Empire grossly outnumbered and in many ways grossly outgunned, they feared that it would basically cause mass panic and hysteria, as everyone would freak out at this knowledge, and they didn't want to risk it. So they decided it would be better for everyone to just simply not know the Skaven exist. And other people who are very, very clever had a similar idea, which was that basically somebody proposed that if the Skaven believe that the Empire thinks they're not real, then the Skaven will rely more on tactics involving secrecy than they will revolve on tactics of just, like, unifying and swarming up from beneath to kill everybody. So those people, those powerful individuals in the Empire say, okay, we can't let the Skaven know that they're real, because if we do that, it might convince the Skaven to set aside their differences and to unifiedly attack us if they think we're a threat. So we, at least until we're in a position where we can actually afford to fight the Skaven, which right now we cannot, we must not under any circumstances allow the Skaven to know that they are real. VMK, thanks for the tip, my dude. Do I think the Kingdom of End will be there in Warhammer 3? I think they will be there. I don't know if they'll be playable. I feel pretty good about Cathay being playable, but I do not feel very good about
Speak.
End.
What request would you make of the
Oh, trade. Oh, trade.
Lord of the well-chosen
Trade,
ones,
baby.
advise
Oh, that sweet high elf money.
of your kind. As
Look,
you
look
said,
at all that high elf money.
come in peace.
Oh my gosh. Dude, I need a meme of, like, Repanse and Henry Lemassif, like, just laying in a pile of money. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Ooh, I'm all hot and bothered now after all that trade. Good lord. Can I at least have trade? Okay. Can I have non-aggression? Thanks, Moses.
Fall in, man. My time is finite, but I'll spare some. I can't.
All right.
Every Lisbo has killed your kind.
Can't.
Did the Empire ever fight the Skaven after that? Not until the end times. Not openly. I mean, the Lizardmen, or sorry, the Skaven and the Empire have battled many, many times, but never openly. Like the Empire always, like during Gotrek and Felix, there is Gracier Thanquol leads a mass invasion of the city of Nuln, which is like one of the most occupied, populated, important cities in all of the Empire. And, like, it is very obvious that the city is under attack by Skaven. To the extent that, like, Gracier Thanquol himself shows up and attacks, like, the Countess of Nuln. Like, there's no denying that Skaven were responsible. But because of the whole idea of they don't want people to know Skaven exist and, like, all those other shenanigans, the ruling bodies within Nuln actively spread propaganda that it was a Beastman invasion, not Skaven. So when Gotrek and Felix return to Nuln in the book Manslayer, and they're like, yo, we're like heroes from the Skaven invasion, they almost get like arrested and like dealt with very nastily, because the officials are like, no, there was no Skaven attack. Like, that never happened.
For justice!
And they're just sitting there like, yes, it did. And they're like, no, it didn't. Stop saying that.
What news?
Okay, so we'll attack the Pools of Despair. Alright, Setcher, I'm coming for you. Gracier Thanquol is the GOAT. Gracier Thanquol is pretty awesome, it's true.
Mason, we rule here now. In the lady's name.
Thank you so much for the tip. I don't know how to read that. Speaking of Skaven, what race or alliance of like 2 or 3 races could fight in an all-out war against the United Skaven and at least still have a chance of winning? Greenskins. If Greenskins were to fully unite, or the Warriors of Chaos were to fully unite, they could all take on the Skaven. If the Empire were to completely set us... If all of humanity was to set aside its differences, well, in the West. So, like, if Bretonia, the Empire, if all of those goofballs set aside their differences and united to fight the Skaven, they could also take them on. But it would be cataclysmic. The problem with the Skaven is you can't reliably fight the Skaven without putting, like, the entire planet at risk. Because Skaven are just that naturally destructive, and they're just kind of the worst. Have I considered finishing Mark of Chaos run at some point? Yes. That'll actually be coming up pretty soon, now that the Ogre Kingdoms Q&A is finished. Nice, Hunter. Thanks for the tip, my dude. Hi, Sotek. Long-time watcher. This is the first time I've been able to see a live stream. I love the content and lore you provide. I have a question. If you were in Warhammer Fantasy and had magic, what wind would you study? Me, personally, if I was a human, so I was, like, fairly limited in my lore options, I would probably want to study the lore of life. I think the lore of life would be the most... That's probably the one I would lean towards. I have a lot of personal history with the lore of life, and it's a very, very enjoyable lore that has some really unique gimmicks involving, like, nature and understanding the truth of, like, the balance of nature and being able to heal and cure people of disease and help those who are sick and dying or suffering. I really like the idea of that. If I could study any lore, like I had no restrictions, Geomancy. Hands down, Geomancy. Geomancy is the strongest lore in Warhammer Fantasy. I would hop on that bandwagon in a heartbeat. Why don't the Skaven live under Ulthuan? Because Ulthuan floats. Fun fact, Ulthuan is actually not attached to the ocean floor. It is a magical island, so it floats on top. It floats due to a lot of powerful sorcery used in its creation by the Old Ones in the Slann. So the Skaven cannot get to Ulthuan because they can't dig there. it's impossible to dig to Ulthuan. You gotta go by boat. And the Skaven think that's super lame.
Lord of Wartonia.
I want you to go to Xandri.
Strike them down.
Yes, ready.
I go thither.
Let's get a Grail Chapel going, just so I can like put this lady in here and not have to worry about her getting the Procrastinator trait.
Two kings, fragile and weak.
So it floats, but volcanoes? Dude, I said it's magic. It's deep. Don't get me wrong. It's not like it's razor thin. It's a very, very deep landmass, but yes, it floats. And that's also why, like, Aminar, the giant merworm from the Vampire Coast campaign, that's how he's able to live under Ulthuan. No, it's not connected anywhere. What on earth is geomancy? So in Warhammer Fantasy, geomancy is literally the magic of the earth itself. So it's the ability to, like, manipulate land masses, like cause earthquakes, or cause rivers to flow backwards, or make mountains immediately erupt out of the ground, or shift around entire continents. Like, geomancy is nuts. It's considered the most powerful lore of magic in existence, and only the Slawn can use it. That's a lot of trade. Oh yeah, dude. All the trade.
War machines. Bowmen.
Halberds.
Battle pilgrims.
Other peasants. And defensive knights. These are Tomb Kings, so I'm gonna keep y'all in the back. We got our undead Grail Knight. Or not undead, just dead, sorry. He's just dead. Hammersmith, thanks for the tip, my dude. Was Gur any good on tabletop? Dude, Gur was very good on tabletop. The Lore of Beasts was nasty on tabletop. Probably the coolest thing. So, what was different about the Lore of Beasts on tabletop? The biggest difference between Total War Warhammer Lore of Beasts and Tabletop War of Beasts was that the... let's see, what are the biggest differences? The Lore of Beasts in Tabletop was much more about buffing monsters and characters, not units. So, like, the only spell in the Lore of Beasts that you could use on a unit was the first one. The base one. Wizen's Wild Form. So, like, Wizen's Wild Form was a fairly good spell. You know, it gave you 1 toughness and 1 strength on a unit, which was good. So you could cast that on a unit. But what the Lore of Beasts was really scary for is it was terrifying at character buffs. Because its 2 biggest, baddest spells were Pan's Impenetrable Pelt, which would make a character hilariously tough, and then Savage Beast of Horus. I actually think Savage Beast of Horus was the most popular spell next to Amber Spear, because Savage Beast of Horus would give any character you cast it on +3 attacks and +3 strength, which is hard. It's so scary. So you would you'd cast it on a you would cast it on like a Carnosaur Lord if you were playing Lizardmen, and just laugh as the Old Blood would have 8 attacks at strength 8 and be just like pop, pop, pop. Like he could easily curb stomp like a Greater Demon. And the best thing was those buff spells that were like ridiculously powerful could be cast on could be cast, like, on all local characters. So you wouldn't just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna buff this one character with Savage Beast of Horus. You'd be like, yeah, no, I'm gonna buff every single hero within, I'm gonna buff every single character within 12 inches. Radius. So a 24-inch bubble. And it was like, oh my god, it was so funny. Let's go, lads! For the lady! Henry! Get rid of those. Get rid of all those nerds. Boom! Still waiting for the Shopti summon before I send my knights in. Well, okay, let's send in the Grail Guardians. We'll keep the Knights of the Lionhearted back. There they are. Charge! Yeah, you leave my sweet baby peasants alone, sir. Don't talk to me or my peasants ever again. Where are you, big guy? Oh my god, that Tomb King curse is so nasty. Well, the Savage Beast of Horus isn't even in Total War Warhammer. That's so every single spell lore in Total War Warhammer is missing at least one spell. Because in tabletop every lore had 7 spells. And in Total War every lore only has 6 spells. I have no idea why they did that. There must have been a reason, but I don't know why the Wheel of Spells couldn't have 7 instead of 6. But every single lore is missing at least 1 spell. Some lores are missing 2 spells. The lore of High Magic, for instance, had 8 spells, but it's missing 2. It's missing Drain Magic, which was a pretty sexy spell. Wait, was Drain Magic in 8th edition? That might have been 7th edition only. I think that was 7th edition, not 8th edition. But, Drain Magic was always a really funny spell. Drain Magic was a spell that, like, if an enemy... Wait, I got Villain? Gained by fighting Bretonnian factions? What? What kind of bullshit is that? When was I fighting a Bretonnian faction? What? What kind of bullshit is that? Where did I get that from? That's a bug. How dare you, game? How dare you? Ah!
I await.
Ah!
For the lady.
My honor.
The lady's justice.
It's a UI limit. You can only have so many active abilities. Yeah, but I figure that like,
May the lady
you get where I'm coming from with that. How that's weird though. Like, why did they hard cap spells at 6 when they could have just hard capped it at 7? I got hero and villain at the same time. Yeah, I know. I'm so complicated, chat. Oh, other trickster shard. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good on Repanse because she does all magic damage. Oh, 22%. That 22% magic resistance. Ooh, boy. Don't mind if I do. Hey mods, hold down the chat for a hot minute. I need to refill my water. I'll be right back. So just, y'all talk amongst yourselves for a hot bit. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Nick DeBoer, how dare you?
The lady is
How
watching.
dare you?
Protector of the realm.
Show no fear.
No, okay, normally I would auto-resolve this, but I want to fight it because I want to make sure Henry gets his tick for
Now, to
winning a
battle.
desert siege. Speaking of fireworks, time to light some off. I'm gonna. My Bretonians are gonna be shooting fireworks. those blessed trebuchet shots.
Blessed field trebuchet!
Knights of Bretonia!
Squires! Men of Bretonia!
We'll just have the.
Ready for orders!
We'll just have the archers and the trebuchet just curb stomp everything, and Henry can fly in and destroy anything else.
Direct my blade.
Battle ready!
You lads will take the walls. Let's do this.
Climbing! Doing your better! Blessed field trebuchet!
With haste, I await.
I am now my foe! Who's it?
Yes!
My lord! Run, men! Ready for battle! Fill 'em with hope!
Open fire.
Serve on Bretonia. Come unto me.
Yeah, I think those guys are kind of doomed.
Trail relief!
Actually, I lied. Stay back here.
Immediately!
On duty!
Repanse de Lyonnais.
What do the dwarves and lizardmen think of each other? Not a lot. They, the lizardmen view the dwarves as an integral part of the Great Plan, and as something that needs to be protected as long as they're obeying the rules. The dwarves, it's not exactly clear if they even really know the lizardmen exist. They might think the lizardmen are a myth,
Bretonia! I see!
just because they very rarely have interaction with them. I will say, when the dwarves do encounter the lizardmen, it's usually because the dwarves have been doing something they're not supposed to, like attacking a lizardman temple city or something, to steal, like, treasure, in which case they fight.
Of the lady.
You are hard! Orders for the king!
Kill the prince. I will handle the rest.
Sorceress. The true heart shall prevail.
Could Krakadrak be a thing in Warhammer 3? I don't think so. I think Krakadrak's days are, like, any chance they had of doing that, I think is long gone. I don't think Norskin dwarves are ever going to be a thing. The only way I could see Norskin dwarves being, like, a unique concept or unit would be if they did something along the lines of,
Ready. At once.
they would have to do something along the lines of, like, make the Dogs of War an actual thing, and then maybe you could hire Norskin dwarves as, like, a mercenary unit for certain factions. That's the only thing I could think of. But I don't think you're going to see them as, like, their own playable race or faction or anything like that.
All shall know my power.
Surprised it hasn't summoned the... oh, you know what? He might not get New Shopti summoned now that I think about it. Good lord, that gatehouse has taken like 1,000 years to fall over. Come on, lads. You're a dog of war. It's Professor Pone. Everyone say hi to Professor Pone. Repanse, help! Help!
My lady, grant me your sight. Feel my fury!
Are there any new generations of Slaanesh in Age of Sigmar? Nope. It's still the exact same Slaanesh from Warhammer Fantasy. The Slaanesh have not figured out a way to create more spawnings, which is really sad, but also kind of awesome at the same time.
Might of the lady!
Ooh, heal faster, heal faster, heal faster! Speaking of Norska, what are other Lord options? Dude, for Norska, the new Lord options I need for Norska is Norska needs Sorcerer Shaman Lords, and they need Fimir Nobles. Go Google that. Look up Forge World, which is FORGEWORLD. So Forge World Fimir Noble. That's a hero unit that they should have, or that should be a Lord unit. Or Lord character. It is a it's such a good model, and that would finally give them a monstrous Lord. Yay! Henry Lamassey finished his vow. Awesome. So now we can do his Grail vow. Why do I have a fucking... Oh yeah, Sirtha Ak would make a cool legendary lord at some point. I think Sirtha Ak would make a really good free LC lord. Personally though, probably my most desired lord is... I want a Fimir Matriarch. I want the Fimir Matriarch though as a legendary lord, not a regular lord. Yeah, I think the Fimir Matriarch would make an amazing CA original legendary lord. And then you could have, and that would give them a caster legendary lord too, because Fimir Matriarchs are wizards. It's Fimir Rack in Age of Sigmar. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about Total War, so it's still just Fimir. And you can find the old Forge World model without having to type in the Fimir Arc stuff. What do I need to go? Cobra Pass. Oh, okay, that's this mountain range. You.
What is your
Go. Go say hi to the dwarves. A Fimir Matriarch? Yep, as a legendary lord. Uh-huh. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Ooh, quest battle. Okay, we'll do that next turn. What the... Ugh! All this quarantine crap has my hair so long because I can't get a haircut. And it's super annoying sometimes. I've not had long hair in many years. I control this province. That makes me very happy.
She speaks, I listen.
I don't get a banner for taking the Black Pyramid. That's lame. Maintain 4 units of questing knights. Love you do that. How smart are river troll hags? Not very. They're still trolls. They are clever for trolls. We need to play HOTS sometime. Oh, are you playing HOTS again, Pone? Aren't rune golems from Krakadrak? No. Rune golems are from way back. Back, like, before demons were a thing. Rune golems are, like, one of the most ancient inventions of the dwarven race. But the problem is they don't work in the modern age anymore due to the fact that there's just not enough magic in the world. Which is a bummer, because they're super awesome. Quest battle time!
In the lady's name!
Even far from home, Repanse continues to answer her divine calling. For the Lady of the Lake demands all undead abominations be vanquished wherever they are found. After a tough journey into the Adelan Mountains, the Chevaliers have made a timely arrival. The dwarves, though well accustomed to the struggle against the evils of the desert, find themselves in great need of Repanse's help. The Demoiselle de Guer? Ah, God, that word's beyond me. Will oblige, and I ran out of time. Enjoy the speech.
Warriors of Lyonesse, behold! Even here, the lady watches over the brave and the righteous. The signs are clear. Just as in Coron, When we rode forth to vanquish the evil that threatened to overcome it, we must do so again! The beleaguered dwarves need our help, and now! Like us, they fight against the undead horrors of this land to rid it of its taint! The lady compels us to lend our hands to this noble fight! Chevaliers, charge!
You feel Famir step on Throg's toes too much? Dude, Throg is literally a forever alone character. Like, as sad as it is, that's literally a whole point of his storyline. Is that Throg is literally always alone. He's the only one of his species, entire species, that's intelligent. You know, like, and granted, I would like to see Norska get, like, a new troll unit. I'm really hoping we're gonna see Bile Trolls with, I want to see Bile Trolls be the new troll type that they get. Personally. Positions, children, positions. I love this mission. Saving the dwarves from, like, imminent destruction is such a cool idea. Actually, knights, let's ride for this exposed group. Damsel, lead our peasantry.
Fighters! Righteous fury! Kill them all! Peasant bowman!
You require magic?
Infantry! Squares! Attack! Bretonians attack! We are ready!
To the aid of the Dawi!
My blade is yours! Understood!
Repanse de Lyonnais!
I'm coming, dwarves, hang in there!
Go your ways! At once! Smite them! For Britannia! Grail Guardian!
Ooh, God, that was a mean point-blank shot.
Command me! For justice!
Knights of the Iron!
Repanse de Lyonnais!
Far army is gonna have to hang in there for a hot minute.
I sound the lady.
For the Grail!
Halberds! Forward!
Get on!
Priestess of the lady.
Do I think they should rework Mazdamundi? No, Mazdamundi's fine, dude.
Grail release!
Lore Mazdamundi would just break the game. It wouldn't be fun. It would just be like dumb. Like there's a lot of cool lore power levels in the game, but I think it's always important to make sure something is balanced rather than lore accurate. Having Mazdamundi be lore accurate would just be kind of it'd be very silly. Especially because the way this game works, there's no like there's no like good system of, oh, you know, sure, you could take Mazdamundi, but Mazdamundi costs this much, therefore you know, we can balance his power level versus his performance. Like, you can't do that, because that's not how the game works. Like, you get a 20 stack regardless of how skilled or powerful that 20 stack is. So if you were to do that whole thing with him, where you were like, oh yeah, we're gonna make him as strong as he is in the lore, he would just break the game in half. Like, you would have to redesign the game from the ground up to make that work, if that makes sense. I don't think it would be wise to just flagrantly be like, well, they were this strong in the lore, so they should be this strong in game. It's like, well, that's not really how the game was designed, so that doesn't really make sense.
Repanse de Lyonnais!
Get him, Repanse!
The lady's fury!
Show them the true fear, the true terror of aggressively French.
Son of Britannia! Of Bretonia!
Know my strength!
Paladin of Bretonia!
How you doing, Henry?
Grail Guardian!
God, these Grail Guardians are like, oof. Okay, that's another one down. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Watch this. Oh, Dwellers below! Yes! Yes! Beautiful. That's gonna do good. That's good work, Brent. Can Mazdamundi use Geomancy? Yes. That's why Mazdamundi is one of the strongest characters in the lore. That's what Ruination of Cities is. So you know that ability Mazdamundi has where he like causes the earth to rip in half in a bunch of random directions? That's Geomancy. Get that War Sphinx out of here. My god. Peasants, to me! To me! Ah, down it goes. This is a fun mission. I really enjoy missions where you're like riding to the aid of someone. Or like you're fighting like a coalition instead of it just being like a one-to-one fight. Because I get plenty of one-to-one fights playing normal campaign. Quest battle should be something special.
Hey! Bretonia needs me!
Repanse de Lyonnaise!
Loyal and true with arcane minds!
Remember when Dwellers Below was the strongest spell in the game? I remember, yeah. It's definitely a spell that needs to be cleaned up a bit. But there's a lot of spells I think they need to fix. Or at least take a new look at. Are those dwarves shooting me with Trollhammer torpedoes? Rude boys. Yay! We saved all the dwarves! Well, all the factions, not necessarily all the dwarves. I am very confident they're probably going to rebalance all the lores of Magic going into the third game, because I'm sure they realize that they're kind of a mess.
This is a mercy, my Lyonnaise!
Oh, we got the main of the pure breed for that as well. Ooh. That's not really going to work as well in my army, because I'm running more of a hardcore peasant army, but that'll go good in my knight army. Okay, let's keep upgrading her personal tree. Let's give you Arcane Conduit.
My reputation precedes me. Very well, if you insist.
Yay! Finally, we got a max tier thing there. So let's do extensive patrol so I can give him like a full badass army. You go home for now. And I'm out of money. It was all going so well. What happened? Would a Famir faction be plausible? No. Not a Famir legendary lord, yes. A Famir faction? No, because they already were rolled into Norska. Who the hell is Sirtha Ek? He's a CA original character. Sirtha Ek is literally just a character that was put in game to represent... Well, he may have been in the lore, but he wasn't anyone important. But he's a meme character. Like, he's an AI faction. You know how Gandhi got super famous in Civilization because they accidentally made him too strong? And he just was, like, the bane of, like, every single person that tried to play the game? That's what Sirtha Ek is. He is a character that is just, like... They accidentally had him balanced to, like, really favor a particular type of Norska build where he would just run pure chariots. And because the AI had perfect micro, especially in Game 1, it made fighting him a living nightmare. I want to sign up. But Krokar, I want to be friends. Oh, wait, I have a tech for that. I should just get that tech. What tech am I studying right now? Registered draft? Let's hold off on that. Let's get overseas diplomacy so that Krokgar will like us. Two Vermintide questions. What do I think a Warrior Priest ult should be? Soulfire just a Hammer Slam, and would Trollhammer torpedoes be too OP for Ironbreaker? I think a Trollhammer torpedo would not be too OP, though I do think it would be they would certainly have to like figure out how to make it different while still functional. It would probably need to be something like it has a just hysterically low amount of ammo. So like, yeah, sure, when it hits, it does like a big explosion, maybe, and can deal like significant damage for armor piercing and against monsters. But maybe have it where like, or maybe don't have it have a huge explosion. Make it kind of a contained explosion that deals a lot of damage. That way, if you're using it, you have to be careful of, oh yeah, I could use my Trollhammer torpedo in this fight here, but if I do that, you know, maybe it doesn't have a lot of ammo and it sucks against hordes. I think if you made it really, really bad against hordes, but really, really good against armor piercing and monsters, it would be totally fine. I think that would be perfectly balanced for Vermintide. Because honestly, Vermintide, the colossal hordes, when combined with the oh, I can get Pegasus Knights at a decent value. That's good. Oh, I can get Knights of the Realm too. Okay, so let's do that. Give me, actually, real quick. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll wait until I can afford 4 units of Questing Knights, because I get a banner if I get 4 units of Questing Knights. So we'll wait for that.
She speaks, I listen.
Let's take the Black Pyramid.
For the lady. To the fight.
Ooh, quick, yeah, quick before the Salon take it.
Bretonnian fire.
Boop. It's mine, Salon. Back off.
Theirs is ours.
Yay! Henry's a Grail Knight, and we took the Black Pyramid of Nagash. It's done, chat. We did it. We're the great heroes of the day. I think we're actually going to do farms here, even though I cannot imagine anything of value growing at the Black Pyramid of Nagash. Could you imagine trying to set up farmland at the Black Pyramid? Like, God, what a horrible, like, waste of time that would probably end up being.
Yes.
Hey, do you think my harvest is going to take fruit in this place where, like, the worst necromancer, or the best necromancer and one of the worst human beings to ever live, who cast a spell so great and powerful it poisoned the land and entire generations and killed an entire civilization and resurrected them as horrible undead abominations? Do you think that'd be a good place to set a crop? Also, it's a desert. Changer of ways. Have a good night, man. Oh, we can build the Vault of Nagash. Yes, please.
Your words.
Gotta steal the power of the Great Necromancer if you can get away with it.
I am ready.
Do you know who I am?
I didn't mean to do that. I should have gotten my Questing Knights finished. That's fine. We'll do that next turn.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Probably grow mangoes. Yeah, for anyone that's like a big fan of Vermintide, my big prediction for all the remaining Vermintide careers, which we know there's 4 more coming, one for each of the characters that is not Kruber. My current predictions are Warrior Priest for Saltspire, giving him like a really big focus on prayers. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then give me 1, 2, and I'm out of, oh no, it's full. I was like, how am I out of money? We'll run 2 Knights Errant. That way I can run like 3 Pegasi, and then the rest will be Knights of the Realm. Or, I don't know, we'll figure it out.
Bretonia, for the lady!
I guess we'll just keep pushing onwards. No reason to stop.
Now, fight!
Where is Cetra? That's what I really want to know.
Repanse de Leon!
We have not seen him anywhere.
Blessings of the lady.
Oh yeah, so anyway. So Vermintide, Warrior Priest for Saltspire, Runesmith or Rune Priest, which the only difference between a Runesmith and a Rune Priest is a Rune Priest traditionally carries staffs that they're able to actually like cast runes out of, and they're also experts at like taking in magic and grounding it, whereas a Runesmith tends to be more about like empowering magic items and armor and activating runes that are already there.
In the name of the lady!
Then for Carillion, I think it's going to be a Shadow Dancer. That way she has like a really hardcore melee agility focused career around War Dancer. Which War Dancer is just something I think a lot of people would like to see. That also has, that also allows for her to have access to like shadow magic type stuff. And then for Sienna, here's my hot take. For Sienna, I think her last career is going to be Necromancer. Which I know probably sounds super wild to you guys. But only because, and the only reason I think that's a possibility is because the game takes place in the end times. And in the end times, a lot of wizards were able to cast Necromancy without meaning to. Or were able to pick it up very, very easily, where before it had been like nearly impossible or super difficult due to Nagash ripping out the, or due to all the shenanigans of Nagash's resurrection. And like all the things that led up to that. So, that's what I would like to see. I think that would be amazing. Said you want to do a lore accurate campaign. How would you do that? If I ever did like a lore accurate campaign, it would be more like me telling a story by playing through the game, as opposed to being a just like it wouldn't be like this format. It would be like you would basically be tuning in to watch a movie, essentially. That would be an inspired telling based on a character story, where I would be trying to manipulate events in the campaign to line up with what happens in the lore, or at least would be something that would be plausible in the lore. So, like, I would only make alliances with factions that that character would be willing to ally with. I would immediately declare war or perform actions that I think that character would do, even if it might be detrimental to me as the player. Could Necromancers reanimate Beastmen and Skaven, though? Necromancers can reanimate anything. Like, a Necromancer, anything can be resurrected as a zombie or a skeleton. It doesn't matter what the base material is, as long as it had a body. Yay, there we go. Plus 50 diplomacy with all the other factions. All the good guy factions. Alright, let's get to work on registered draft, I think. Oh no, let's do righteous strength. Yeah, make our characters even stronger. I have no idea where Cetra is, and it kind of makes me nervous. Like, I have no doubt we're gonna just absolutely spank him, but it's just like, where the hell is he?
Takes his place. As you order.
He's probably hiding in Gorgazan, knowing him. Ooh, that's so sexy. Can you reanimate a chaos spawn? Yep, as long as it leaves behind a body.
Seals.
You would need a... The thing about reanimation, though, is the larger or stronger, stronger a body is that you're trying to resurrect, the more difficult it is to resurrect them, if that makes sense. So, like, resurrecting a chaos spawn is magnitudes more difficult than resurrecting a person. And on top of that, whoever you resurrect isn't the more function you want them to have. So say like you resurrect a soldier, right? If you want that person to resurrect, if you just want to get their body up and get it moving, then that's easy. But if you want to resurrect it so that it actually like picks up its sword and shield and it fights using the tactics and abilities that it had in life, that is going to be significantly more difficult. There are a lot of really specific rules to necromancy. Here, let's dip in here and grab some water before we march out for Xandri. Man, our takeover of this area is going really, really well. But I get that's probably just because Cetra is unfortunately very, very weak in this patch. He's just not very strong, which is kind of sad. How the mighty have fallen. We'll wait until this guy gets a little closer before I launch any further invasion.
We have met before.
Okay, I want you to go to Coffer
My way.
so that I can focus on getting you an army.
Guardian.
The Repanse campaign is so easy. I have been noticing that. Do I think there will be more climates in Warhammer 3? Probably. We know that they're trying to add in more forms of terrain. And I think we're probably going to see them finally exploring the idea of, like, magical terrain. So you might see forests that, like, if you're fighting in that forest, you get poisoned. Or if you're fighting, and, you know, hopefully we'll see, like, fences and, or, like, obstacles is what they were called in tabletop. But, like, fence-type structures. Or buildings that you can actually fight in and or around. Like, I really, really hope they're going to open up the terrain. Because that's probably one of the biggest things this game is missing. Is that every single battle is just fighting in an open field. Which I'm just not a big fan of. Actually, I'm going to give this to Henry. Use those to... Are these guys... No.
That is impossible now.
Oh, unbreakable!
In the lady's name.
Legendary. Alright, nah. Let's do Deadly Blade. You are going to take another point with Shield of Thorns. God dang, this building's so expensive. You know what? We should probably replace that with a garrison. Yeah, we got trade with Krokgar. And it's and Teheniwan. Teheniwan, let's be best friends. Oh. I like how he's just like, get out of my house! Here, I'll pay you to be my friend. That's how desperate I am. I love you, though. Yay, we're friends. Okay, good. But I love you. Alright. Question, how good are the high elves at archery? Are they Legolas level accuracy, speed, or more realistic? I would say they're in the ballpark of Legolas, a little bit below that. Wood elves are the absolute kings of archery. Beneath Wood Elves is High Elves, and beneath High Elves is Dark Elves. As far as, like, how the elves line up in forms of, like, who has the better accuracy at range type shenanigans.
For Britonia, for the lady!
Like, high elves have very, very reliable, accurate archers, but wood elves, you know, the reason that wood elf arrows are considered armor piercing is not because the wood elves use, like, magic arrows that, like, cut through your armor. It's because the wood elves are so accurate that they can, like, hit the gaps in the armor. So they can, like, hit somebody through their eye socket or where the joints in their armor is weak. That's what makes, like, wood elf archers so immensely deadly.
Sorceress, the lady is with you.
Which I've always loved. That's always been, like, a really, really cool just thing about them.
I listen.
If a vampire's head got chopped off, would they die? Most of the time, yes. It's very, very rare that chopping off a vampire's head would not kill them. Some could take it. What are the CA original lords currently in the game? The only Creative Assembly lord in the game who is completely new and has never existed outside of Creative Assembly is Solostra Deerfun. Yeah. I would say that Helman Gorst is pretty close to being a CA original character because he is a character that had very, very little lore to his story. He's a character that was very unexplored. He was a minor character. He was like a footnote in the Sigmar's Blood saga of events. And Creative Assembly turned around and made him a legendary lord for reasons I will never understand and I will never forgive them. Never! The day I die, chat, my soul is gonna be cast into oblivion cursing Helman Gorst. Why did Dark Elves switch to crossbows? Is there a cultural reason, or was it just to differentiate them from the High Elves? So there is a cultural explanation. The big reason that the Dark Elves transitioned over to crossbows instead of sticking with traditional bows is that they wanted a design that would allow them, that suited them better for the enemies they were fighting, which were like massive hordes of beastmen and Norskins and stuff like that. So what they found that worked very, very well for them was that they created a new type of crossbow. The Dark Elves were actually the first race that we know of that mass-produced and created a unique form of crossbows known as repeater crossbows, which they're not using like the crude, really like heavy punch that the dwarves used. Instead, what they decided is they invented this really clever device that allows them to rapid fire. And not only do they fire very quickly, but there are these really nasty barbed bolts that just slice through armor like it's nothing. Because it allowed them to just basically style all over the Warriors of Chaos, and the Norskins and the Beastmen. And was a genuine threat to like the Lizardmen and all these other races where traditional bows were just not going to cut it.
Such weak, lonely Nehikarans.
Damn girl, alright. We get it, you don't like them, you don't have to be an asshole about it.
My strength and wisdom are yours.
Gosh darn it, you still haven't won a siege yet, dude? Alright, get your ass over here. Let's get this taken care of.
Blessings of the lady be
What are you doing? Okay.
Devotee of the lady.
Oh, here, you can do Manon. And then Comet.
I serve the lady.
Encourage fanaticism. Oh my gosh, that Temple Tide though. Holy crap, yeah. Let's get that going. CA should create an event or quest to kill Gorst in game. They absolutely should. That should be a quest for Nagash, because Creative Assembly changed Gor's story so that he's actually using one of the 9 books of Nagash. So they should definitely make it where Nagash has to kill him to, like, take one of his books back.
Can I assist? Just so.
Oh wait, Galparaz is the city, isn't it? Okay, you.
Protector of the realm,
Get your ass over here.
it shall be so.
Leaving.
For Bretonia, for the lady! In Bretonia's name!
Spellcaster.
Which Dark Elf units in the lore are more devoted to Khaine? Witch Elves. Witch Elves and Death Hags are like the hardcore Khainites. And Helibron, obviously. Morathy pays lip service to Khaine, but she doesn't really give a damn about him. He's just an ends to a means to her. And then outside of them, probably the biggest, like, mention at that point would be,
Be ready! Shall we? I require your all!
That's really it. Oh, assassins. Yeah, so Witch Elves are also known as the Brides of Khaine. Yep, that's correct. That's one of their epithets or one of their, like, side names. So they're known as the Brides of Khaine because they're all about that life. And Khaine is actually... Fun fact, Khaine is... this isn't really talked about a lot because it's one of, like, the big secrets of the lore, but Khaine is actually an anime protagonist. I don't know if you guys knew that. You know, that's the kind of critical information to the lore you can only find here on this channel. Dog, behave. Scandalous. Get out of here, nerd.
In the lady!
Oh my gosh, that killed so many foot squires. Oh, the regret. The regret. Lore-wise, who do you think it would win one-on-one between Tyrion and Grimgor Ironhide? That would be really hard. I could very straightforward see either of them winning that fight, depending on how certain circumstances went down. My gut tells me that Tyrion would be at a disadvantage, but Sunfang's pretty serious stuff. I could really see that going multiple ways. The extra funny thing about Khaine is you can tell when certain elf gods were made later than their counterparts, because Khaine is the god who has, like, all of the super devoted, drugged up naked ladies fighting for him. Meanwhile, there is an actual dark elven goddess of pleasure, which is Authority, and Authority doesn't really have any supplicants. Like, the only unit that Authority... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Great. Actually, you know what? That'll be a good place to start the campaign next time. Let's call it. Didn't I do that in a Who Would Win already? Oh yeah, I do think I have a Who Would Win episode about that. Alright guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it. We'll start next time with the Siege of Galvaraz because I can't auto-resolve it. I have to actually fight it to get the questing vow, which is dumb, but that's just the way it works. So I want to thank you all so much for joining me. This has been an absolute ton of fun. And I really appreciate all of you coming by, especially those of you who were dropped off here by Legend of Total War Daycare. So, what is Helibron using Khaine for? Nothing. Helibron genuinely adores Khaine. Like, Helibron loves Khaine and is, like, a very authentic worshiper of his. That's why she's as scary and powerful as she is. But, anyway, Thanks to everyone who came by. If you enjoyed the stream, please hit the like button on your way out. Obviously, that's really going to help out the stream being promoted for other people to watch it. So I really appreciate for those of you who don't mind doing that. And special thanks and shout out to everyone who subscribed, or membered, or tipped. A lot of great tips today. So thanks very much for all of that. And yeah. So thanks again. My throat is incredibly raw right now because I've been talking so much today. If you haven't already, feel free to drop by the channel and check out all the different lore stuff we have on there. If you've always wanted to know what character would beat what character in a matchup, and from a lore perspective, I have an entire playlist dedicated to that you can go watch, and it's really fun and well produced by an editor named Eric the Red. I also just finished the Ogre Kingdoms Q&A, which we have 15 episodes, which are a minimum of 30 minutes long. Usually they're anywhere from 40 to 50 minutes long. And there's 15 episodes of that, and that's done. It's finished, so you can go learn everything and anything you'd want to know about ogres from that. And, yeah. So thanks again, guys. I will probably be back tomorrow with this, unless Turin wants to do our head-to-head. I thought for sure our head-to-head was going to end on Friday, but I managed to somehow force Turin back into a stalemate by my... I finally manipulated the AI enough that it started helping me. And boy howdy, did that make a difference. So, yeah. Anyway, that's it. Have a great night, guys. Take care of yourselves. Be safe. Happy 4th of July to my fellow Americans. And I'll see you guys around. Bye.